As often as we can, yeah. There are, I believe when the 106th Pararescue Wing departed.
So
I don't know the exact time on that.
That's military?
Yes. Yeah, it was Air National Guard.
What aircraft are they flying?
C-130s.
So 2 total C-130s from the U.S. and how many from Canada?
3 total if you count the 106th Air Rescue.
Okay.
And so just on the private sector involvement, there's obviously private sector ships in the area at the moment who are presumably scanning. Or what are they kind of doing? What's their role?
I'll ask you to say that question kind of for Captain Frederick. I think he's in a better position to really kind of answer that. So he's more involved in the tactics and the overall operations side.
Is there any early U.S. transportation plan have a few places in Buffalo to St. John Marine commercial assets? Do you know anything about that?
I'd say I wait till the briefing.
Okay.
I'd ask a lot about
Is there a number of how many men and women out of Boston the district are involved in this?
There is a number, I don't know.
So can I just circle back on one thing? We talked about 3 U.S. C-130s. How many Canadian? And also, are there any U.S. Coast Guard ships on site?
Not on site.
Not on site.
No,
Okay.
we're working on trying to reroute those en route, but again, I think Captain Frederick would be best place to answer.
Okay, but on the Canadian C-130s, do you know? I think I read yesterday 2, but I don't know if that's accurate.
I'm not sure on the full numbers of that, right? Because I know that they do have P-3 aircraft,
Yeah.
and they also have, I believe,
P-8
C-130s.
Yeah.
I just don't know what the number of frequencies
Okay.
I just came to say during the briefing. Do you know where they are in their 96-hour ice?
No, I don't. I know that. So there was a follow back to the question about when does it start? And it was 8 a.m. Sunday.
8 a.m.
is when that sort of timer started. That's where that metric starts.
Got it.
As far as starting.
And sorry, but is that East Coast time or is that like Newfoundland time?
That's a great question. I believe it is local. Let me verify.
Well, then would that be Newfoundland or Greenland? I'm just kind of
No, I think
curious.
local time is in here, but I will verify that.
Okay.
That's an excellent question.
And is this happening straight up at 1, or is it like straight up 1? Okay.
Yeah,
That was 96 hours of oxygen in the fluid.
Well, 96 hours.
We're on time.
I'm sorry, we're 96 hours.
Sorry, just on the timeline again. It was 8 a.m. Eastern time that operated.
That's what I need to verify. Before I don't want to get.
That's right. But was there a special name for the type of report that came in?
Special name.
Like, as in what was the report that came in? What's the report that came in?
Okay.
So the initial timeline is we were contacted sometime in the late afternoon, evening of Sunday. We were notified.
Yeah.
It was 8 a.m. was the time that they had initially began the dive. Within an hour and 45 minutes, they lost connection, contact with them, and we were notified sometime later in the afternoon. Somewhere, yeah, it was around there.
So breathable air versus oxygen.
Yeah, we don't breathe pure oxygen. We don't breathe pure oxygen.
Oh, I see. I think I'm sure.
The understanding, I'm just trying to be clear. Yeah.
And maybe this is a question for later, but I was even wondering, is there not some sort of emergency leakage that automatically sort of activates when something goes wrong?
I don't know on that. I think companies will make the best schematics.
Yesterday, recovery SMEs.
We're working on trying to get the SMEs together. The problem is not everybody's focused on the article, so we're trying to figure out the best way. I mean, this would be a great question for you all on maybe what you think would be the best way to do that, because initially we thought could we do a call-in number, but I feel like it would be absolute mayhem. So we try to do that.
Good on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how we can limit it to enough people to ask enough relevant questions to enough a large audience without, because if we open it kind of wide open, we're talking thousands of people who probably call in.
What was the question?
Oh, sorry, for trying to get we're trying to work out a way to get subject matter experts with a phone or Zoom or something like that. Well, I guess 60,000 people.
So I'm trying to get
That's all, 60,000?
Why do you want to do a Zoom? We're all here.
they're talking about later bringing in some experts, sub-experts, in terms of some sort of a, you know, in other words, not the commander kind of thing. When I say sub, I mean not submarine. I mean underneath Coast Guard.
Hey, Khaled. Can you check on Bambusa and see if you're getting live signal from me?
No.
Yeah.
Want me there? Okay, who's shooting reversal?
This camera right here, you see behind you? That camera. He's going to turn it towards you.
Okay, sounds good. Because I thought...
Hello there to you folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now, launching live across all platforms. This is now June 20th, 2023, the 1 o'clock update. We've had several live streams on the Missing Titan submersible, the Missing Titan sub that of course we've been talking about over the last, Submersible. I will get that word right. Excuse me. We just got off stream on WFLA.com, and we're about to launch live across all platforms. On the right side of your screen here is the shot that was a little bit of that pre-press conference chatter that was taking place with the public information representative for the U.S. Coast Guard, and we heard a little bit of that. What I found interesting, perhaps the one nugget that we really got out of that in advance of the 1 o'clock press conference, is that 3 American C-130 aircraft are involved in the aerial search for the missing Titan sub. The sub, as we learned and we found out more details yesterday, carrying 5 people to the wreckage of the Titanic, making its dive on Sunday, and going down for about a 2.5-hour journey, but about an hour and 45 minutes into that journey, something went wrong, and the team at the surface lost contact with the 5-person sub team, and now it's been a frantic, urgent search to reestablish contact and find the sub and their personnel really since Sunday afternoon. So wherever you're watching from, good afternoon to you. We're here live in the WFLA Now Stream Center in Tampa, Florida. We might be having some guests come into the Stream Center, but I want to keep you honed in right here to the U.S. Coast Guard press conference that will be beginning, they say, right at the top of the hour in 9 minutes from now, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Welcoming in a lot of folks that are joining us on the WFLA YouTube page. We've got folks joining us on WFLA.com, the WFLA app as well. And we'll try our very best to answer as many questions as possible. If you use our hashtag system, hashtag HeyJB, I can animate your comments on screen, and we can have a back and forth interactive conversation. But the submersible, the Titan, is the focus of this massive search above the wreckage of the Titanic. The question really is, where is the sub, and exactly... really the big question is not only where it's located, but if it's located at the surface or if it's beneath the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. Right now you heard that they have 3 American C-130 utility aircraft in the skies looking for any sign of the sub should it have made its way to the surface, if it had floated back up to the surface. The big thing to remember here is that they have not been able to establish contact with the sub since they lost contact on Sunday. That, of course, is alarming because they have no idea, based on the information that we have, they have no idea where the sub is located. There's no transponder or black box type device that is giving anyone any clue as to where the submersible is. So that of course is making this extremely challenging. Also making this extremely challenging for the press conference that we had yesterday at 4 o'clock Eastern time is that this is a very remote area. This is an area too that has challenging weather conditions, and so we might find out more as to what exactly the search efforts look like at this hour. We know that there's aircraft in the skies. We know that there are governmental entities and private entities involved. We know that the Canadian government is involved. And we also are finding out more about the 5 passengers that were inside. And I'm going to reference my notes here. We talked about this yesterday. British billionaire Hamish Harding is among the 5 people on board the sub. Also, a Pakistani father and son, according to NBC News Boston, Shahzada Dawood and his 19-year-old son, Suleiman, are on board the sub. Must be extremely terrifying, of course, to experience this ordeal. Not only, of course, for yourself, but if you're in there with your son. Again, we do not know what is the very latest as far as what has transpired. However, just if you are of the belief that the crew is alive, the word terrifying doesn't even begin to describe what it must be like, especially considering there might be some challenges to the actual internal conditions of the sub. If they have lost power, it's going to be frigid. And also, if they have lost power as well, it's likely very dark in there, if not pitch black. Also, too, with very limited amounts of air, and you're breathing the same air that everyone's in. You're in a very tight, constrained space. So, a lot of potentially just terrifying, nightmarish conditions that you could, sort of envision. But to be there with your family member for Shahzada to be there with his son, that also adds another layer of this being a nightmare come to life. We also have, according to NBC News and Sky News, they're the ones who are being attributed with this piece of information. French Navy Commander Paul-Henri Nargeolet, who has led previous expeditions at this site, is in the sub, as well as OceanGate's CEO and founder, Stockton Rush. He has insisted in previous published reports that these expeditions are safe. They are on board the Submersible as well. So we are likely not going to be hearing the names at the press conference. The Coast Guard would not be the one to confirm who is in it, but based on, of course, the widespread media reports that have come out, and over the last 24 hours, we're getting a better understanding of who exactly is in this sub. And of course, our hearts and just our thoughts, our prayers are with not just the 5, but their families and their loved ones as we continue to hold out hope that the 5-member crew is alive and just floating adrift somewhere, either at the surface of the Atlantic Ocean or somewhere beneath the surface near the wreckage of really the most infamous shipwreck of all time, the Titanic. So let's go to some of the comments and questions that we have. Let me explain how this is going to work. The press conference is going to begin in about 3 or so minutes. What we're going to do is we're going to listen in, pay close attention to the updates. You'll hear a bit of the Q&A. The reporters there on site are going to be asking follow-up questions. We'll be trying to jot down as many notes as possible to get the very latest on what is going on at the Titanic wreckage site and what the latest is on the search. But what we're going to do is after the press conference is over, we're going to stay here with you live on stream and break down what we have learned, what we still don't know, and we're going to take your #AJB questions and comments. We're going to get to as many of them as possible. So after the press conference is over, don't go anywhere, because we're going to try to make sense of what is happening with the ongoing search efforts there in the North Atlantic. Let's see here. So Chris Ford is in our comment section using #AJB. I missed what helicopters were being used. No, it's a C-130 aircraft. It's a very large utility aircraft, and they're planes that are going to be scanning the skies. It is a common utility vehicle that is used by the United States government, and again, based on the pre-press conference chatter that we had heard, it seems to be approximately 3 C-130s. A lot of questions or comments are coming in, so I just have to filter it, folks, to our hashtag system. You know, I just saw one that disappeared. People asking about the chances of an orca being involved, and there's been some headlines of late about, or I think orcas are likely going to be the immediate thought for people because there's been some killer whale related headlines in the news of late, but there is no evidence at this time that there was any marine wildlife involved in the loss of communication. We've got about another 2 minutes, and as we are getting ready for this press conference, sitting down here in the Stream Center, WFLA's Josh Benson, who's back with us here on stream. Josh, good to have you back.
Hey, good to be back.
Yeah, we're talking here about, well, let's go full screen, everybody, show you. We are going to be listening in and going full screen to the press conference once it begins. We've been told it's going to begin right on time at 1 o'clock Eastern. So we'll be paying close attention. Josh, we have probably about another 60 seconds. Your thoughts before we get started on the presser?
Well, I've been following the story. It's just really sad. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's getting to be a little desperate. So they still have a few hours, several hours of oxygen left, but it's pretty grim at this point. So I think we're going to hopefully get some information out of the press conference, and then we'll go from there.
See exactly what we learn here at this press conference. We've gone to black as they've been trying to. So what's likely happening right now is this is the signal that just about everybody's using here. So what's likely going on right now is that there is so much media presence now, national, international media. Remember, this is a story that's big in the UK right now because of Hamish Harding, the UK billionaire. It's a story that involves the Canadian press as well a lot. So here let's listen in.
I'm Chief Petty Officer Robert Simpson, the Assistant Public Affairs Officer for the 1st Coast Guard District. In just a few minutes, or just a moment, I'll be introducing Captain Jamie Frederick. He's one of the response coordinator for the rescue efforts. I do ask after his brief statement, we'll be opening up to some questions for you all. We do have about 10 minutes today, so after following his statement, we do ask to limit everybody to one question, and we'll try to get around as many as we can. Me and my staff will be available afterwards so that we can take some additional questions that may not have been able to get to or may not answered fully to get your contact information, and our staff will be able to get back to you with that information. This time I'd like to welcome Captain Jamie Frederick, Response Coordinator in the 1st Coast Guard District.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Jamie Frederick with the 1st Coast Guard District Response Department, which oversees search and rescue operations under Rear Admiral John Mauger, the 1st Coast Guard District Commander. I'll provide a brief recap of our coordinated search efforts for the 21-foot submersible with 5 people on board, along with providing an update on current search efforts and plans for the next 24 hours. On behalf of all the men and women of the United States Coast Guard and our search partners, we offer our most heartfelt thoughts and prayers for the 5 crew members, their families, and their loved ones. Our crews are working around the clock to ensure that we are doing everything possible to locate the Titan and the 5 crew members. Yesterday, we stood up a unified command consisting of expertise from the United States Coast Guard, the United States Navy, Canadian Armed Forces and Coast Guard, and the Titan's parent company, OceanGate Expedition. This is a complex search effort which requires multiple agencies with subject matter expertise and specialized equipment. While the U.S. Coast Guard has assumed the role of search and rescue mission coordinator, we do not have all of the necessary expertise and equipment required in a search of this nature. The Unified Command brings that expertise and additional capability together to maximize effort in solving this very complex problem. We're out of order here. As a recap, on Sunday, the Coordination Command Center in Boston received a report from the Canadian expedition vessel Polar Prince of an overdue 21-foot submarine Titan with 5 people on board. The Titan was attempting to dive on the wreck of the Titanic approximately 900 miles east of Cape Cod and 400 miles south of St. John's, Newfoundland. Approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes into the scheduled dive, the Polar Prince lost all communication with the Titan. The Polar Prince conducted an initial search and then requested Coast Guard assistance. the U.S. Coast Guard in Boston assumed the responsibility of search and rescue mission coordinator and immediately launched search assets. Since Sunday, the Coast Guard has coordinated search efforts with the U.S. and Canadian Coast Guard, Air National Guard aircraft, and the Polar Prince, which has searched a combined 7,600 square miles, an area larger than the state of Connecticut. These search efforts have focused on both surface, with C-130 aircraft searching by sight and with radar, and subsurface, with P-3 aircraft were able to drop and monitor sonar buoys. To date, those search efforts have not yielded any results. Search efforts have continued through last night and today. Today, the vessel Deep Energy, a 194-meter pipe-laying vessel, arrived on scene with underwater ROV capability. They have rendezvoused with the vessel Polar Prince and commenced an ROV dive at the last known of the position of the Titan and the approximate position of the Titanic wreck. That operation is currently ongoing. Additionally, a Canadian P-3 aircraft is currently conducting a 6-hour search of the area, and several C-130 aircraft and another P-3 are scheduled to fly this afternoon and this evening. The Canadian Coast Guard cutter, or vessel, John Cabot, is scheduled to arrive later this evening, and several other Canadian Coast Guard vessels and the Coast Guard cutter Sycamore are en route. Additionally, the U.S. Coast Guard has the U.S. Navy's SUPSAL, Supervisor of Salvage and Diving Command, is working with U.S. Transportation Command to bring additional assets to the search area. These more capable assets will be staged out of St. John's for further transport to the search area. There are also several private vessels, research vessels with ROV capabilities that are making preparations to join the efforts. So I want to reiterate, this is a very complex search, and the unified team is working around the clock to bring all available assets and expertise to bear as quickly as possible in an effort to solve this very complex problem. We'll continue to provide updates as they become available. And again, our thoughts and prayers are with the crew and the families and their loved ones. We will provide unwavering effort as we continue the search, and I think at this time we'll open it up and take a few questions. So each of the ROVs, so that's kind of a vague question, right? ROVs have different capability. It's our understanding the current ROV that is deployed at the site now has some limited capability. It has a camera on board, but again, each of those is different, and we'll be gathering more information as that operation goes on through the day.
Captain, it's Tom Costello with NBC News. If your submersibles can find this sub, is there any way to retrieve it and save the people on board?
Yeah, so right now all of our efforts are focused on finding the sub. What I will tell you is we have a group of our nation's best experts in the Unified Command, and if we get to that point, those experts will be looking at what the next course of action is.
Captain, how many hours of oxygen are left that you know of or that you can estimate right now on the submersible? And does it have to be approved or regulated?
Sure. So first of all, it's an estimate, right? Because we know from the data we were using as a starting point was 96 hours. We know at this point we're approximately about 41 hours.
41 hours left.
Yes.
And does it have to be approved or regulated? This submersible, does it go through anything that you know of?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact technical piece of that. We know there's about 40 hours of breathable air left based on that initial report. Again, that was just the initial report based on 96 hours from when the vessel.
Captain, even with that amount of time that's left, let's say 41 hours or so, if you were to find the submersible at this moment, would that give you enough time to save these 5 people on board?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. What I will tell you is we will do everything in our power to effect a rescue. Again, it's going to depend on if the ROV finds something. It's going to depend on what they find, what needs to be, what steps need to be taken next, and really that is for the experts within the Unified Command to take a look at and then decide what the best course of action is.
BBC News.
It seems to have taken the mothership vessel, or those running this operation, about 8 hours to contact you on Sunday after they lost contact with the sub. Is that a cause of concern?
Listen, right now, our effort and our focus is on searching. Received the report on Sunday evening. We immediately launched search efforts. We flew assets that evening, and we've continued constant surface and air asset searches since that point.
You mentioned that the search operation is very complicated. What are the biggest challenges?
Well, this is a complex search, and it's complex for a variety of reasons. You're talking about a search area that's 900 miles east of Cape Cod, 400 miles south of St. John's. So logistically speaking, it's hard to bring assets to bear. It takes time. It takes coordination. And then we're dealing with, two pieces of, you're dealing with a surface search and a subsurface search. And frankly, that makes it an incredibly complex operation.
Captain, will the Navy, will the U.S. Navy or the Canadian Navy be able to get salvage equipment on time before the air runs out?
Obviously, getting salvage equipment on scene is a top priority. Unified Command is working through that to prioritize what equipment we can get there. There are ongoing operations right now via the U.S. Navy and Transcom to get equipment staged in St. John's and to get it on scene. I can't give you an exact timeline of when that's going to happen, but what I can tell you is there is a full court press effort to get equipment on scene as quickly as we can.
Is that equipment already on the East Coast, though, or is it coming from the Pacific, for example?
No, so some of the equipment that's coming is coming from the East Coast, but again, we're talking about very heavy equipment. It's a complicated transport operation, but the best professionals in the world are working it, and that's U.S. Transcom.
When it comes to the equipment, can you go into more detail? Do you have a current 21 that's being shipped up to that location? And since you don't have a fleet-type vessel, could be about to decommission, what other assets you have? You have civilian ships that you have.
Yeah, so like I said, there are several civilian ships that have offered services heading that way. There are additional Coast Guard cutters. We hope to have a Canadian Coast Guard cutter on scene this evening. We hope that they may be able to assume on-scene commander. Polar Prince has been doing a great job with those duties, but if we could take some of that from them, that would be good. But your question about specific equipment, I'm not going to get into talking about specific equipment. Frankly, I'm not an expert on what that equipment is, but again, I can tell you we have experts in the Unified Command that are going through that, prioritizing what we need and then how we get it on scene.
Can you tell us about the personnel from Boston? How many people from here are out there, and also what equipment?
From Boston specifically. So Boston, where Boston plays a role is the command center, the rescue and coordination center is here in Boston. The aircraft that are coming from different locations, but the command structure is being worked out of Boston. And I think we have time for two more questions.
In all your years of experience, just how unique is the Coast Guard ever had to deal with?
Well, I don't want to speak about if the Coast Guard has ever. I would tell you it's a unique operation, it's a challenging operation, but right now we're focused on putting everything we can at it and searching as hard as we can and getting the assets out there as quickly as we can.
And so these private companies, the other assets that are rushing to the area, what sort of assets do they have? Do they have ROVs, do they have sonar technology, that OCD?
Yeah, there are some additional assets with ROVs. There is one asset that is working to get on scene with a decompression chamber. So those are all pieces that are coming together, and we're working those logistical challenges to get them there. And I think we'll take one more.
Is a rescue realistic? What would that look like?
Well, I can't tell you exactly what it would look like. I would tell you that we are out there, we're searching. We wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be searching and putting all effort out there. I think that if the sub is located, that's a question that then the experts need to look at what is the best course of action for recovering the sub. But I think it's going to depend on that particular situation and if we encounter that.
Sir, is it true that the British offered assistance and they were told we don't need your assistance at this point?
No, I'm not aware of that. Again, what I would tell you though is that the Unified Command is working through prioritizing. We know that there's equipment out there that can be brought to the scene. The Unified Command is working through prioritizing what equipment we need and then how we get it there.
And the French are also responding to the ship as well?
Yes, that's my understanding, correct. And I think we're going to wrap it there. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys coming out today. Include this portion of the brief on there. I can stay behind just to take some additional stuff that maybe wasn't answered. We can try to get some information back to you kind of a bit later.
Can you clarify
question about the getting in here for days in Boston.
Yeah.
So are they not out there? Are they just working here?
Right. So the Rescue Coordination Center that he's talking about specifically, that's based in Boston. So the personnel that are working in the command and control environment, as far as building a lot of the search and rescue plans, sending out the information, coordinating those pieces, are here. The people affecting the mission, so the pilots, the air crews, all of the ships, those are based out of different areas. So our pilots, air crews are out of Elizabeth City, North Carolina. The Coast Guard cutter Sycamore, I believe, is out of Newport, Rhode Island, but they were operating already in the Arctic. So there are a number of people that are here working in that staff element, but are not physically located out in the search area, if that makes sense.
Command and control.
It is, yes.
Does OceanGate have another submersible that they could try to send down there?
I don't know.
It sounds like, for the most part, the staging area is moving to St. John's.
So I believe, yeah, a lot of it into St. John, Newfoundland, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's so. Our aircraft, the C-130 aircraft, they're based out of there as well. So I know there is a number of pieces going out there. Logistically, it's easier as opposed to from here.
Talk about Transcom organizing the different assets available. I asked Transcom, but they didn't know what you guys.
Okay.
So can you give a little bit more clarity on what kind of assets you have put in the water? I specifically asked about the Curve 41.
Yeah.
Is there one on the way?
I don't know. I don't know an answer to that. So I know a lot of those questions were unanswered on there, and it's a lot of it's because we're not the right agency to be asking that. I know as in the command we should be to be the one to give the answer to you, but we want you guys to hear it from the subject matter experts. So that's our next plan. Is what we want to do is give an opportunity for you all to get all of the subject matter experts we can into one location to kind of get those questions answered. To give you kind of the best thing we can do.
You anticipate in those 40 hours, when that becomes a recovery mission, if you choose to do a recovery mission? Is that
I'm sorry.
your plan? When those 40 hours are up that you gave for the estimate, is that the moment you shift from a search and rescue to a recovery operation, if you choose to do a recovery operation, given the difficulties?
I think it really depends on a number of factors. So anything that could change between now and then, as far as information response, things like that could change that. So it's not a hard and fast, timer's up, time to transition. There's a lot of factors that go into it that could extend something like that.
Excuse me, what role does the amount of oxygen play in one of those factors? With 40 hours of oxygen left, when would you then transition from a search and rescue to a search and recovery?
I don't know an answer to that. That's definitely outside. But we can try to get back to as we transition through that phase. We'll have better answers for that.
Is there information about the conditions out there? Like what exactly are Coast Guard facing?
So the weather wise, yep. So actually I have, I believe the weather on scene today was 5 to 6 foot seas.
What does that mean? So sorry, like the wave.
So wave height, 5 to 6 feet. I believe it was 15 knot winds. Visibility was very foggy yesterday with very little nose visibility, but was increasing today, and they were expecting much better conditions from an aerial search perspective.
So it's like 6 waves today.
Yes.
And it's cleared in terms of visibility. High winds persist, or
It was 15 knot winds. So in terms, it's about average out there, right?
How long would it take a typical Coast Guard vessel from the U.S., or for that matter from Newfoundland, to get on site if they're running at maximum speed?
That depends on the cutter itself or the ship itself, because they all have different speeds.
Yeah. But you have an average, just so we have a feel for how long it would take to get there?
Well, depending on where they're coming from, it could be a matter of 2 days up to 4 to 5 days. It just depends on where they would be deploying from.
2 days from Newfoundland, for example.
I don't know. We don't have any ships up there, so I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. The Canadian, we're trying to find out more information on the Canadian vessels that are assisting on there, sort of what their capability and speeds are. I just don't have an answer for you on that right now.
Does the Coast Guard have a line on a piece of equipment that is capable of going down to the Titanic?
The Coast Guard specifically, no. This type of a salvage operation in our expertise as an organization is...
No, in terms of private companies, have you reached...
So that's all part of the conversation through the Fight Command to find out what capabilities are out there and explore all avenues that they can.
You're looking at that now.
The Coast Guard is usually pretty quick about releasing videos and photos and things like that from their operations. Is there a specific reason why you haven't from this operation?
We just haven't received any yet at this point.
And you don't expect to?
We do. We do expect to get some. Like I said, we do have some graphics that we're trying to look to send out this afternoon, as well as we've reached out to the aircraft crews to get footage from them. Now I know with the ROVs that are on scene today, like I said, there just hasn't been any before, so we are requesting out there to try and see what we can get to go through that and try to make that available to you all. I don't have an answer to that. The Coast Guard assets itself, no, we do not have any Coast Guard cutters on scene. No, so the research vessels, I just don't know what the capabilities are at that.
Do you think it's pretty unrealistic that it has made its way to the surface and its way to be spotted? Because you've done all of these aerial searches. Are you quite confident it's in the water?
That's why we have both types of assets, because we don't want to exhaust one possibility in vice of another. So we don't want to rule out that it is on the surface. And the way that our crews train, this is the environment they train in. They're specialized in being able to see these things from the air. So they've given it everything that they have to it. And if it's on the surface, we're fairly certain that we would be able to find it.
And would it by now?
No, that we will find it if it is on the surface.
Do you think it's more likely it's not?
It's impossible to say.
Can I just ask you to, I realize this may be challenging, you may not have the answer, but we're trying to get a sense of how far away the nearest naval asset would be that has that lift capability, salvage capability. Is it coming from North Carolina, from Florida, from Boston? Can you give us any idea of how far away it might be?
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that. Yeah.
Do you know if anybody, do you know if that vessel has a finger or some other way of communicating with them?
From the research vessel?
The Titan itself.
Yeah. Oh, communicating with them? No, I don't have specifics on technology on board.
Do you understand they've lost contact in the past on other expeditions? Has the Coast Guard ever been involved with them?
Not to my knowledge.
But OceanGate is cooperating with the investigation.
Absolutely. They're part of the unified command in here, so we're all making decisions together.
So do they have anything else that could go down? 13,000 feet.
I don't know, but if they do, it's definitely being discussed as far as their capabilities.
Would they tell you if they did? I mean, so it doesn't sound that hopeful, to be honest.
I don't understand.
Like, it sounds like the nearest vessel that it's not clear how long it would take to get a vessel there.
Right. And that's the biggest part of the challenge of all of this, is trying to understand how the capabilities are working together, how they would do it, the technical aspect of that.
So if you're a family member or somebody on board, like, do you have a message for the family members?
I think it was clearly stay with Captain Frederick.
Could we ask you, could you just describe, the crush depth here? We're talking about 400 times, as I understand it, what we all experience at sea level. What can that do to a vessel?
I can't speak to the scientific side of that. Again, this is just more or less trying to get some background information for you guys on there. I don't have any of that information on that.
Can you tell us about what the circumstances were? Submersible doesn't necessarily, it goes in for a dive and bobs right back up. It's not supposed to be there for that long. Is there?
And that would be a great question that we could try to get answered for you with that subject matter expert discussion that we talked about to get an opportunity for you guys to ask that question, because it'd be much more important and realistic for somebody within that community part of the command that would be able to answer that question a lot clearer than anything I would be able to. So,
and when might you provide your next update?
So we do have a press release that's going to be going out shortly with the graphics we talked about. Probably similar information to what was passed today. If any new information comes up, we'll update that. But I think ideally we'd be putting out press releases daily, and we'd look at probably doing another briefing tomorrow.
Can I just ask you one last?
What's hold? I don't know.
Could you just reiterate for us? How big of an urgency is this for the Coast Guard? How big of a priority? Do you prioritize these things? In other words, do you classify them as priority red, 1, 2, 3? How big of a priority is this?
This operation is our top priority right now. Within the district, we have every available asset that we can that's to this that we can dedicate to it on this. That's why we are spending so much time and energy trying to coordinate really this enormous response effort to truly understand the scale of how far away this truly is. And in the context of the types of assets that we can get out there over something that's that enormous, something larger than the state of Connecticut, into perspective of what is available to be able to search in those kind of conditions so far offshore. Understand, 900 miles looks like is an enormous amount of distance.
Can I just ask, I mean, I've looked to the vessel before, but is a deep sea rescue effort realistic, and what would that look like?
I don't know what it would look like. Realistic, and that's all part of the conversation in the Unified Command that they're looking at, doing everything that they can to find out the options that are available.
Thanks, sir.
And family members have indicated the 5 people on board, but is there an official manifest or log saying exactly who was on that vessel?
There is
Will that
on
be
there.
released publicly?
So not until all the NIST notifications have been completed through that process can we release names in that way. I know that some have gotten out, but they have not been through us.
Okay.
But, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you. And we'll send out an update when the next advisory or advisory will be out for you guys.
Are there any briefings happening up at St. John's?
Not that I'm aware of. Nothing that we are setting up. Now, I don't know if they are up there independently. I'm hoping that they would at least reach out to us to let us know so we could help kind of amplify that. But no.
If the Canadians take over the on-site command out on the water, would then command move to St. John, or would it remain here? The ICC.
No, I think more or less what he's talking about with the ship being out there is they can actually control the assets that are physically on site as far as where they're going, less that the operation itself is in command. So it would be in here as the resources to come up with all of those plans, come up with all of the search and rescue operation side. Will likely always stay here. When we say like an on-scene commander, they're just the one that's on scene physically that can communicate with everyone to make sure that we're deconflicting airspace, that we're covering the right areas, that people are searching the right
You guys
spots.
collaborate every day, I'm guessing, right?
We do. This one's just especially challenging because you just add in an additional layer of distance, of time, of all those other elements with it.
Thank you very much.
So for the different asset questions, I was talking to Scott over at Transcom.
The big thing that we learned in this press conference is the number 40. 40 hours. I'll make sure that I have my audio up. You hear me, Josh? You got me? Okay.
Gotcha.
40 hours of oxygen as of this press conference remaining. You might be wondering, okay, when is 40 hours into the future? That is Thursday, 5 a.m. Eastern. So it is quite literally, Josh, a race against the clock as a search is being conducted by air in C-130s, P-3 aircraft, as well as now an underwater ROV that is down there searching near the wreckage of the Titanic, or we don't know how far deep down, but at least over the wreckage of the Titanic, looking for any signs of the Titan sub that went missing upon diving on Sunday, aiming, of course, for the wreckage of the Titanic. Josh Benson, JB Buno here with you live. We're going to be getting to your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyJosh questions and comments. Josh, what are your big takeaways from this press conference?
It sounds like they're pretty much directing traffic because it sounds like the resources are there, but their big issue now is, all right, is Europe going to help? Is the United States going to help? Where are we going to allow these different resources to come in, and how are we going to do so in an organized way? So it sounds like they, as you mentioned, they have that ROV, which is a remotely operated underwater vehicle. So basically they sent that remotely operated vehicle right in the spot where it started to dive, and they're sending that down. So as far as I understand, that's not a manned device. That's just a vessel that goes down, they control by remote control with a camera on it. Now, they said it has limited capabilities. So that might mean it probably can't get down to the Titanic, but it could probably get halfway there.
Thought it was fascinating that the Coast Guard said, we don't have a water vessel capable of going down 13,000 feet. That to me, and not all that surprising. That's an incredible depth. You would imagine the U.S. Navy would probably have something more, more equipped to be able to go down to that depth. But that's why this is a public and private partnership trying to bring in all resources possible to try to find the Titan sub.
And NATO also said that as well. Their capabilities are super limited in terms of what they have for a vessel that can get to those depths. It can't. So that's a big challenge. But then I thought it was interesting, too. They asked the question, what happens if you find it? How do you get the people out? Well, he responded, the job is to find it, and then the experts will come in to figure out how we get the people out. So they got to find it first, which is the needle in the haystack question, like where do we even begin to try to look? You know, there's questions about did the hull, was it damaged? You know, did they take on water? If that's the case, that thing could be anywhere. But if it's just kind of hanging out without any power and, you know, hopefully this ROV can find it, then it's a matter of how do we get this thing back to the surface? And as you know, they can't just open the door. They're sealed inside. So they would have to have professionals come in and take off the cap of that thing to try to let people out.
Yeah. The idea would be to get this to the surface. And you could hear there in both the follow-up press conference that existed and during the press conference that there is a higher level of confidence that if this Titan sub did make it to the surface, that they will find it eventually. The problem really exists is if the Titan sub is still underwater. And of course, the deeper that it is, the more difficult it is going to be to locate and find, because the ROV, as Josh mentioned, it's not capable of going down likely to 10,000 feet plus. So if the sub is really far down in the depths of the Atlantic, that is going to create a very challenging environment for all entities, both public and private, as far as finding the Titan sub. I thought it was interesting. I jotted down, I think it was 6 or 7 times, the amount of times that officials use the word complex. Mm-hmm. This is a complex search in a remote area of the northern Atlantic. And we have, of course, because of there being so many complications, we have a lot of questions and comments that are coming in. We're going to start to feature some of your questions and comments. Josh, how long do you have with us on stream? Because I know that you got ready.
15 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to do about a 15-minute Q&A. I'll stay on with you longer, folks, and try to answer as many questions as we can. Really quickly, just want to show you, this is now a reversal shot just showing how many reporters have descended on the U.S. Coast Guard media staging area to participate. This is now a growing international story. Again, international because it's really closest to Canada. The U.S. is involved as far as the Coast Guard here. And then UK billionaire Hamish Harding is among those in the sub, the 5-person sub that went down on Sunday and hasn't been seen or heard from since.
And we should talk about that. Have we talked about who's on board at this point?
I mentioned it. If you'd like to run through the names as I get some of the comments going. Folks, when I'm looking this way, it's because I'm looking at the active comment section. If you use hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyJosh, it is brighter on my screen, and I can animate your comments on my screen, so I'll look for those hashtags beginning now. Yeah, Josh, we've been learning more about the 5 people that are on board the vessel.
And do we know if it's, we know it's 5, but do we know of all 5? I know there's 4 identified. So there's one person that we haven't heard, that at least I haven't heard of.
I believe that we have all 5.
Okay. Because there's Hamish that you mentioned, the billionaire. There's Paul-Henri Nargelet, the French maritime expert. He's been 35 dives in the Titanic wreck site. So this guy's very experienced when it comes to this dive. He was one of the 5 on board. And then the shocking one to me was Shahzada Dawood, the Pakistani businessman, and his son being identified as being on the vessel as well from the family. So that puts you at 4. So I'm just wondering who that 5th is. If it's, and I was wondering, the CEO that we've seen in the past in all the video, I don't know of his whereabouts at this point, if he's on board or if he has been accounted for, but I haven't heard that the 5th person yet.
So Daryl asking a really good question. We'll start with this. Hashtag HeyJB. Has any response come from the missing sub? There has been, based on media reports and what we have come to learn about this, again, complicated situation, there has been no contact after the sub was about an hour and 45 minutes into its dive. The total dive time, as we understand it, realistically is somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.5 hours to make it down to the wreckage.
I think that's right.
Yeah, the entirety of the dive is much longer than that, but actually getting down to a depth of approximately 13,000 feet is, and this is from people who have done this dive, who have been talking out and speaking to network news outlets and talking about the experience, about 2.5 hours down. There's also been some reports about how there's limited food and water on board, and that there's not as much supplies as you would think. This coming again from people who have made this dive in the past. So while they might have air and we don't know if they have power and how complicated the situation is there as far as the systems that would fail in a situation like this. We don't know how complicated it is, but it could be just really a floating capsule submerged underneath the surface of the Atlantic without any power, without any light, without any, any real means to survive down there, at least beyond the, the sustainability point of 96 hours. Again, 40 hours of air remaining as of this press conference puts us at Thursday, 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. So Thursday morning is really when we are starting to get, pushed up across this very, very hard deadline to find the crew and to find the Titan sub as soon as possible.
And a lot of people have been asking, if this is one of the private groups that goes down, surely there's got to be another one. Why can't they just load up a submersible with 3 or 4 more people and send it down to try to save the day? That sounds great, but I think is that even possible to turn around this quickly to get somebody out there to start to submerge and try to get down to those levels? Because think about how much preparation time it takes just for this one to get out there. The training, the involvement to take the boat out, to get it all set. You got to battle the waves. You got to battle the conditions, which they're already dealing with right now. It's said to, the conditions should improve, but even that has been a challenge. So to get somebody out there to try to get down, I mean, the remote submarine that they have, or the ROV that they have, has just started to descend. So I mean, that's their best case at this point.
So right now there is an ROV unmanned that is down somewhere. We don't know the depth, but around the wreckage of the Titanic, searching for any signs of the Titan sub. We have this commenter saying #KJB, and Josh, this is a great question. Again, so I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I dive, so I know a little bit more about this question. Does those estimated 40 hours of oxygen factor in labored breathing for panic? And this is very true. I've been underwater with a tank, and I will tell you that when your heart rate is elevated and when you are more nervous underwater, you go through oxygen dramatically faster. At least maybe me, I can speak to my experience. I've come across once or twice, a few times, come across sharks in open water, and your heart rate pumps. And all of a sudden, because you're on alert now, and they try to teach you, of course, to try to keep your breathing consistent, try to keep your heart rate consistent. But when you're in open water and you come across a shark or something potentially dangerous, and you feel very vulnerable because you're not at the surface of the water, you start to breathe faster and heavier. Right. So this is a really great question. We have no idea.
And also to take into the fact, I was listening to how it was explained how it works. This use of scrubbers happens. So when they're underwater, there's a thing called the scrubber, where it takes the carbon dioxide that we breathe out and it converts it into oxygen. So there's a first system that they use to convert that carbon dioxide into oxygen so they can continue to breathe. Now, if that starts to fail, or if that starts to slow, there's things in the ceiling that come out like fly traps that drop down that are also scrubbers that clean the carbon dioxide that we breathe into oxygen. Now there's there's 2 or 3 fail safes when it comes to the oxygen. Oh, the last one is in the floor. Those are actual oxygen tanks. Okay. So if it gets bad enough and they're out of oxygen, they pull those tanks up and they just breathe like you would when you're diving through a mask. So those are the 3 opportunities for oxygen. But as this person says, it's a great point. You start using it more, those scrubbers are a lot more taxed. They can't keep up. Then you start going through oxygen faster and faster, and then that's where it becomes a problem.
Yeah, follower wants to know, #KJB, why didn't they send a team down the same way it went as soon as it went radio silent? To our understanding, the Titan might be a one of one as far as this expedition. We have no knowledge of a second submersible that could go down in the attempt of, to look. And even if, let's point this out, let's say they did have a backup sub. Let's say that there is a B sub, if you will. The B sub is already going to be working at approximately at least a 2-hour disadvantage. If sub A with the 5-person crew descends and they're going down for an hour and 45 minutes, they lose contact, they're going to spend at least 15 minutes trying to reestablish contact. And then probably by the 2.5 hour mark, they're starting to think that something is wrong. Then they start to put in the plan B of sending a second submersible down. You got to get the crew ready. You got to get it's not.
Well, wasn't it a 2-day journey just to get out there from the boat? I think that's what I heard. I think it's a journey just to get that submersible out to that location.
Right. I guess I'm assuming that the submersible in this scenario, I guess it's hypothetical,
is like right there ready to go.
Right there ready to go. Yeah. But it's not like Top Gun where you have, the Alert 5 aircraft on standby ready to launch.
That's the problem. This thing is so remote that you can't get something out there fast enough. And even if you started now you say oxygen runs out Thursday. Well, by the time they get to it's Thursday by the time they get out there and are ready to go. That's why they could get a remote, an ROV out there quickly, because they probably have one of those available. But again, that's limited. That can only go so deep. That's not going to make it down to the Titanic to see if they've gotten entangled in something down there. So if they're down there and they're stuck, I think that's the worst case scenario, because you're not going to get anybody down there for a long time to figure out if they're there.
I'm interested, if you are the veteran on this dive, right? There's always a veteran, whether you're diving or whether let's say you're going into space. There's usually somebody who has done it before. There's usually this guy, leader.
He was on 35 of these dives, so he's with them right now.
So you have to wonder, again, provided we're going to stay optimistic, glass half full, that this crew, that they are alive. You have to wonder too how much panic is setting in at that level, because you can prepare textbook style for the unexpected and be educated on what to do in those situations, but until you are actually thousands and thousands of feet below the surface of the water without contact with the surface, do you really know what it's like to be in a true emergency in really I don't want to say uncharted waters, but really an unprecedented situation as far as going down to the Titanic wreckage and losing contact with the surface.
My wife Tara posted something or retweeted something from Charles Parmalee. He is a 11-year USN sub veteran. So he walked through that exact scenario that you're talking about, hypothetically, of course, but this is what could be happening right now. And it's a pretty fascinating read. So I tweeted it and I'll retweet it again just so people can read it, because I don't want to read through it all, but I'll quote tweet it right now so you can read it. But he says, imagine being trapped in something the size of a minivan. Imagine it's pitch black. The air is thick because you and 4 others have been breathing the same air for hours. You're trapped 15,000 feet underwater. And then he goes over the scenarios, how mental anguish takes a role. And then the person who's the veteran on there tries to keep everybody calm, knowing that there's a big problem. How do you get people from freaking out? I mean, you're in a minivan, staring at each other.
Because in essence, you're there with, I guess, is it 3 civilians? 3 civilians or civilians? I mean,
3, we assume, yeah. And the other 2 would be experienced, either staff or been on it before.
Right.
I still don't know who the 5th one is. We don't. I don't think we know who that is.
No. So let's
but
go
we're
through
told there's 5 people there.
Let's go through the 5. Paul-Henri Nargeolet, who's the French Navy commander.
Yeah.
OceanGate CEO and founder Stockton Rush. This is according to NBC
Okay, so
Boston.
I didn't hear that.
Yes.
So the CEO is with them. That was my question, if he was still with them. Okay.
So basically, it sounds as if French Navy commander Paul-Henri Nargeolet is the veteran, the leader, if you will. And but also too, Stockton Rush, he's the CEO and founder of the company of OceanGate Expeditions. So,
and he's the one you've seen on the CBS morning story that's kind of floating around, and the interviews of how the submersible works, and the gray-haired guy who's talking about it.
Look, if you found this live stream, I'm gonna say that I hope that this reverberates through the web and people who know me well enough. I'm gonna stay as positive as possible here. You heard some of the questions that were being asked at the end of that press conference as far as what happens Thursday morning. Is there a switch over, a turnover? We're not there yet. We're clearly not there yet.
Hey, and this ROV could find it.
That's right.
Then it's a rescue mission, because they know they still got 20 hours left of oxygen. Well, then how do you get that thing back to the surface, and how do you pry it open and get these people out of there?
If they lose power, there has to be a system in place for it to rise to the surface rather than sink to the bottom.
You would assume.
That has to be a fundamental, basic, systemic part of this vessel, that if something goes wrong and all systems fail, everything from power to water, that something would inflate that would allow them to return to the surface. So is there a chance right now that
they're floating slowly up to the surface?
Slowly up.
And that landing pad that they have it on right now has floats on it. And I didn't realize that the whole platform goes underwater and it just kind of separates and then floats off on its own. And then the landing has the floats on it, so it can lift itself back up. There it is underwater, as you can see that. But on the sides, you see those big floats. I think that is what brings the platform back up. But as far as the submersible, yeah, it's a great question. What can they activate to get them going in the right direction?
Gene Coffee Bean, hashtags for us both. Is there any way Starlink could establish comms? Hey, your guy Elon, did he ever respond to you?
Ghosted me yesterday.
Oh man,
thanks Elon, appreciate it.
Elon, we would like a. Has he tweeted out at all?
I haven't seen anything.
If you could check.
He's usually on top of the discussions, the big topics.
And Starlink is part of and that's again the satellite comm system that Elon Musk, of course, is a major part of. Starlink is part of the operation here as far as their normal OceanGate Expeditions normal routine for pulling off these dives. Their comms do go through Starlink, as we understand it. So
he has not posted directly about it.
Okay. Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. UK fire systems. What if one of them has claustrophobia? If you had moderate to severe claustrophobia, I don't think that you wouldn't be on there to begin with. But the walls are going to feel a lot closer, a lot tighter when you're in an emergency.
Well,
it's almost the same. My best comp, but it's not even a great comp. It's a very mildly okay comp. Is if you're that feeling when you're stuck in an elevator. When you get in an elevator, you're not necessarily afraid of being in the elevator. But when the elevator fails between floors 37 and 38 and you're stranded in there, you're going to feel very uncomfortable. And this is that on steroids because you're thousands and thousands of feet beneath the surface.
And I think with these civilians who are on this mission, start to know and gets in their mind saying, okay, there's a problem. And then turning to the two they trusted to bring down there and said, you said this was safe. This is that tweet I just shared. It's that same kind of mentality. Like when your brain starts going in that direction, you start losing hope. I mean, people turn, their minds can turn and things can become very dire very quickly. I would think that, again, this is hindsight, but I would think that they would have a plan in place for somebody who goes down on just a successful mission who can't handle it or has an episode where they just can't take it. What do you, maybe you give them something? Maybe you give them a Xanax, maybe you give them a shot of something to just stop them from going crazy because you're only in this minivan size space. If somebody starts losing it, you got to control that person or else something's going to get damaged or you have bigger problems. So I'm wondering if that is something they have on board to just stop someone from losing their minds when they start to just panic because it takes you over.
Could you sleep? If this is days.
No, there's no sleep going on. I doubt it.
What if it's pitch black and you're crippled with fear and you're going through it's just an out of body experience?
It's horrible. Yeah. I don't know.
It's really difficult to think about. But my goodness, Ben P in our comment section, hashtag HJB, hashtag Hey Josh, how common are these expeditions? Uncommon enough that this is believed to be, this was going to be the only one potentially of 2023.
This year, yeah, because of the conditions, and they decided to go forward with it. But I think they had one or two in 2020 and 2021 and 2022. So they had successful missions then. But on their website, they said they had 18 planned missions. So I don't know when that was going to happen, but this looked to be the only one this year.
T-Bev, hashtag AJB, 777 redundant flotation options, some without the use of power yet. There has to be redundant flotation capabilities for the submersible.
But look at it. There's no space or storage on that thing. I mean, it's really just the tube. You can't carry a bunch of extra. I mean, I'm just looking for the oxygen tanks in the floor because there are some, as according to the reporter who was on board this thing.
Temperature is a big deal, too. Not much says, hashtag AJB, does 96 hours of air mean 96 hours of battery for the heater? Hashtag Hey Josh as well. I've seen estimates that it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it was high 30s as far as degrees Fahrenheit down at that depth. And I believe it.
That's another problem.
Not only are we talking about way north in the Atlantic, but we're also talking about a depth.
2 miles down.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. 12,000 feet. Yeah,
depending on where they are.
2.5 miles.
I would like to think, I'm just trying to envision a scenario where they are slowly floating back up to the surface. I just want to will that into existence so badly, but Man, it's and here's the thing. In that scenario, let's say it's all systems fail. Let's say that they do slowly float up to the surface. They still don't have comms. So they would
still got to find them. And they could be several miles off course. They could be dozens of miles. You know, the currents of the ocean, I don't know how well they work or how they work, but that could probably take you away from where you were before. Without power, that is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Rebecca Berry sent me a text saying, you know, what about water? How long can you survive without water? And they didn't have a lot. They had a sandwich and basically some water that will get you through the day, the excursion. But you're talking 2, 3, 4 days without water. I mean, I think it's about 3 days you can last without water.
We're here with the Max Defender 8 weather team. I know that Jeff Baradelli, our chief meteorologist, I knew, Jeff, you had an interview, but let's bring in Jeff because one of the things that we have been talking about are the weather conditions of what it was like Sunday around the time of this dive at the wreckage site of the Titanic. Jeff joins us here on stream. Good to have you, Jeff. And,
good to be here.
And you've been doing some digging on this. What do we know?
Yeah, so I was looking. The weather seemed marginal in the morning. I mean, the captain said there was a window that had opened up where it may have allowed them to get out there. Window implies that it's a short period of time, so that's always a little bit sketchy because as someone who worked on boats as a mate, and it's a long time ago, we're talking like half of my life ago, but I've been on boats enough to know, weather conditions can deteriorate quickly. But with all that said, it was marginal in the morning. Looks like seas were probably around 3 to 5 feet or so. Looks like winds were probably around 15 knots or so, maybe slightly higher. That would mean that it was bumpy, and a little rough, but it wouldn't necessarily preclude it. I'll just say that I have no idea what is considered safe for this kind of expedition. So I don't know, but I can just tell you what the weather was in data. One thing I can say is there was a storm to the west around Nova Scotia that was kind of moving east, and it was weakening. So the wind shouldn't have ramped up much more. It looks like it may have ramped up a little bit, maybe a few miles an hour, maybe some higher gusts. But again, nothing like a big storm would have come on. But one thing I did notice is that the storm over Nova Scotia was much stronger 12 to 24 hours before it. And it caused quite a tight pressure gradient with high pressure near Bermuda. And what it did was it caused some pretty high seas to its south. And those seas were propagating directly at the site of the Titanic at that time. So they weren't tremendously higher seas. I'd say if they were 3 to 5 feet in the morning, they may have been as high as 6 to 10 feet later in the day. That would be a significant increase, but it may or may not be enough to cause a problem like this. Yes, I would not like to be out in 6 to 10 feet, but I have been out in 6 to 10 feet.
Yeah, but 6 to 10 feet, let's say they're into their...
And by the way, I should say, I don't know for sure that's what the waves were. That's what our computer models recreate that area as, essentially a reanalysis that we're using. It looked as though the waves were building, and specifically the larger waves were pushing directly at this particular area.
But
as the day went on.
If the submersible is already beneath the surface of the ocean...
Does that have a factor?
Right. Do those high waves... Those high seas...
The threat goes away at some point based on depth.
I don't think so. But when they resurface, could it have been a problem? Could it have been a problem getting down in the first place? And I don't know. The mothership was there somewhere, right? I mean, I don't know anything about this. I'm just coming in and telling you what the weather is.
No.
Right.
But previously with the CBS reporter, when he went out there, they had to cancel it like 3 times due to the weather. So they waited 2 days before it was safe enough to even try to make the attempt again. So I mean, and we weren't talking crazy seas like maybe 6 to 10 feet. We're talking just enough to say, well, we're gonna scrub it.
It's a situation where it could have very well been very marginal at the beginning, maybe acceptable. And then sometime over the course of hours, it may have become unacceptable and a little too rough. Again, it wasn't a crazy storm, and it wouldn't have been an incredibly fast uptick, but it could have gone from modestly rough to pretty rough.
To this comment as well, I was going to ask about this. Do we have any idea which direction the current would be going? If you were looking at an X on the map for the Titanic wreckage site, do we have any idea as to where let's say they're floating up. Let's say they're floating up.
You know what? In my brain, it appears to be, somewhat close to possibly some extensions of the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream itself is a river, but there's a lot of eddies that flow out of it, tons of them. You know, I would have to look more closely because, you know, just because it seems like it may be close doesn't mean it has anything to do with it. If in fact, theoretically, the current should be blowing from southwest, should be traveling from southwest to northeast in that zone. Although remember, because there are lots of eddies that come off of the Gulf Stream, really the current could have been traveling in any direction. I'll just say that. Again, now we're getting kind of out of my expertise, and I don't know for sure. I can just simply tell you what I think the weather was probably like without knowing for sure exactly what the weather was like.
And you have to forgive me for if this might be a very, very stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. We were talking yesterday about how Tropical Storm Brett has formed in the central Atlantic, way south. Is there would there be any current interaction that would impact the North Atlantic?
No,
Zero
absolutely
at all, right?
not.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. And with that said, I have an interview I have to go to. So
Jeff Baradelli, everybody, our chief meteorologist here with the Max Fender 8 weather team, and Jeff, of course, doing a little bit of research for us. In the Stream Center.
The billionaire on board, Hamish, he even said in his Instagram post, due to the worst winter in Newfoundland in 40 years, this mission is likely to be the first and only manned mission to the Titanic in 2023. A weather window has just opened up, and we are going to attempt to dive tomorrow. Started steaming from St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada yesterday. We're planning to start dive operations around 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. And that was 2 days ago.
Again, 40 hours of air puts us at Thursday at 5, everybody. Yep. But again, is it possible that due to it being an emergency situation that the air supply isn't as plentiful as you would think? But I don't know. Let's go to Decivy HQ. This was big on Twitter last night. Did you see this on Twitter last night?
Yeah.
A lot of folks were talking about this.
The controller.
Hashtag AJB and Josh, is it really true that they operate the Polar Prince with a Logitech PlayStation controller? Let's be clear. The Polar Prince is the ship. So the answer to this question is no. But if the actual means that they use to navigate the Titan submersible, that we have seen a lot of footage of them controlling the Titan sub with an outfitted. Yes,
the CEO showed it.
Video game controller.
Yeah, he showed it, and it was no more than a game controller that's modified to just run the submersible.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that got so much attention last night, but perhaps
it's
just because it's.
You would assume with this kind of operation, you'd have the best technology on the planet. So it's just like, really, a PlayStation controller or something similar? That just doesn't add up for a lot of people. And even the reporter that did that CBS Morning Show, David Pogue, even he kind of asked that question of the CEO, say, hey, don't you think this is a little MacGyver-ish that you're putting, he had a handle from a hardware store on the roof of the plane, and he said he got it from, I don't remember which hardware store, but he had talked about it, and he asked him, he's like, no, he said that's not necessarily the case because we worked with NASA, we worked with Boeing, and we worked with a university to put together the hull and the titanium and everything to make this thing as special as it is. But inside, there were things that, a lot of people are concerned about and say, is this really as safe as it should be?
So I get it. So if you're working with NASA and some of the, companies with some of the more brilliant engineers on the planet, using a controller that you could find at your local Best Buy is a bit surprising.
But what's surprising is the fact that even Jeff alluded to, we've never seen something like this in terms of, and you've talked about it, the rescue mission. There's no number 2 that we know about that can go down and just take care of this quickly. This is new ground. This is revolutionary what they're doing. And this is the problem you face when something goes wrong, because there is not necessarily a backup plan because it's never happened before. So I think that's what's scary about this. But also when breaking new ground, it's all on the visionaries and the CEOs and whoever is part of this project to say, all right, have we covered all the bases? Do we know what we're going to do if this happens? A, B, C, and D. If the hull cracked, did they even know that that's an option? And if the hull cracked, no one's living through that. Right. I mean, that's the end. And who knows if they'd even ever find the submersible. So, I mean, all of those things, it takes years and years and years of these missions and all the problems that happen. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, a year from now, once we know more, if we know anything more, if this is ever an expedition that'll ever happen again, or if, they change the game completely on safety and, there's so many questions.
And who would be the lead agency on something like that? We're talking about international waters, right? I mean, we're talking about, well, I guess it's 400 miles off the Canadian coast, 900 miles off the coast of the United States. Mm-hmm. We also have, of course, the UK involved. Would it be? What do we have? Anything? What? Hold on. I got to mute microphone. Folks, we're gonna bring our microphones here back up. So we are working on this story actively in the newsroom right now, and we're trying to get the very latest information. And there might be some information coming in a little while, but we're trying to. Again, our newsroom right now is very actively trying to work a particular lead, and we'll keep you posted.
Yep.
So with that said, let's continue the conversation. Again, we will do our very best to, the information that we are trying to pursue right now, we are trying to, our operation here at WFLA is a lot more than obviously what you're looking at here on stream in the Stream Center. We have an entire, in that direction, an entire newsroom that is working the phones, working emails, working sources, people that might be able to help us as far as getting information that we can bring to you, our audience on stream. And so we're just getting some preliminary information that is unreportable yet. So we'll try to get you some more information as soon.
Let's just say we're working as quickly as possible to try to get it confirmed because it's information we want to report on. So let's just keep working on it.
Yeah. In the meantime, we're going to try.
And we're not going to tell you anything because for the fear of something not being true, you can't report on something you don't have concrete.
Yeah, so here's the thing, and it's very important. We have a process here. We have standards, and we have to, of course, go through our procedures here to vet information and make sure that we have. And look, this could be absolutely nothing. Let me make that clear. This could be absolutely nothing, but we have to wait until we get our information confirmed, and we've got a great team working on it right now.
So you said based on the oxygen, that puts us at 5 a.m. on Thursday, correct? Okay. And, you know, if you're just joining us right now, let's talk a little bit about what's happening. The Coast Guard came on in a news conference about 1 o'clock, so about an hour ago, that's stating that, you know, they have a lot of resources on this. It's priority number one for them. They have C-130s in the sky. They've covered about as much space, bigger than the state of Connecticut, they said. So they are, from the air, they're checking. They have an ROV, which is an underwater remote-operated vehicle that can go down, and they can use it remotely with a communications from above ground. That has a camera on it, so they've sent that down in the same spot that the Titan went down previously a few days ago, and so that's happening. They have private companies that are interested in helping and are on the way to the scene, so I don't know what that means in terms of additional ROVs, or if that means they have another Titan-like vehicle that can go down to the base of the Titanic, because the ROV that they sent, they said, has limited capabilities, and it can't get to the bottom.
Yeah, I wanted to know what the depth is that it can reach. I mean, how far down can that ROV get?
Yeah, a lot of them that I've been reading about are like 4,000 to 6,000 feet.
That's good.
That's really, only halfway.
Yeah, but
that's halfway. I mean, that's essentially, what's that going to do unless they've stalled out on their descent and then just are hanging out there? And then do you float? Do you sink? You know, that's the big question.
Sort of Florida. I like the username here. Sort of Florida. Not Florida. Sort of Florida. Sort of Florida. Is it possible that it's floating? Yeah.
Yeah.
Floating somewhere beneath. You can be floating up and floating beneath the surface. You can be floating at the surface.
But you and I, on the most optimistic side, said that we hope there's a way that it can slowly make its way to the top of the water.
And it would be slow.
It would be slow because you have to be slow because of the pressure too, I would imagine.
Yes.
Or is it so pressurized you can just go about your own business?
I think you would have to ascend slowly. I think
it would be scuba divers can't just go straight up.
No,
they got to go level by level by level.
You have stops that you have to make, necessary mandated stops
to let your body acclimate to the pressure.
Correct, and to not narc out, as they call it.
Narc out?
Yeah,
is that what they call it?
Yeah.
Never heard that.
Yeah, that's the term.
Narc out.
Let's see here. Go up to some of the other conversations. So yeah, people are asking about other devices. I've seen people in the comment section. Oh, what about the water vessels that they used to film the actual footage that they used in Titanic, the movie, James Cameron's movie? Why can't they? Getting these vehicles, these underwater vehicles, to the site is a massive, arduous journey and process that takes a long time. It's not as if they have these vessels on standby to deploy and just to be able to go down to the Titanic at a whim. Some of the best watercraft in the world that would be used for an expedition like this aren't located even in the Atlantic Ocean. They might be at port somewhere in the Pacific, or they might be in a different hemisphere. So people are asking, why can't they just get, this vehicle or that vehicle there? It's not that simple. Of course, they are going to put out, and they really have put out, a call trying to get everybody, whether you're a governmental agency or a private agency, whatever it is, you're on call and you're being told, hey, we could use your help, but you have to be close enough to be able to make it within a reasonable amount of time at the same time.
Right.
And I look, there is a financial component to this as well. If you had a device that was located near the equator that could get down to that could make it all the way down to 13,000 feet, it would be a very expensive and arduous and long journey to make it to the North Atlantic. A, would you make it in time? B, it's a considerable amount of finances that would have to be considered for something like that as well. So I know that people are thinking, my goodness, dollar signs, how could that even be part of the equation? But look, that's the reality of the situation, and it's not ideal. You would like for everyone to be all hands on deck, and it's every vessel and every company and every government in the world is just sending everything they have to this one spot, but it's not exactly how it works, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So again, JB, Josh Benson here with you live on stream. And we're trying
Where are we live, by the way?
Facebook, YouTube, WFLA.com, the WFLA app. We've got a pretty good audience joining us on YouTube Live. Hello to the 15,000 that are joining us on YouTube Live at the moment, roughly somewhere in that neighborhood. Let's go back to some of the comments. Anything you want to bring up, Josh, as I look through some of the comments?
I was just looking at a picture of this thing. There's the portable window in the front of this submersible. It's 22 feet long, 5 people for 96 hours, and a depth of 4,000 meters, which is 13,123 feet to be exact. And the Titanic is 12,500 feet, I believe. So it has a little more if it needed to. But again, the biggest problem we're facing is the ROVs, these remote controlled submersibles. They don't have the depth. They can only get halfway if that. So that's the challenge they're facing at this point. I guess the Coast Guard says the opportunity is to find them first and then figure out with experts how to get them out of it. Because when they go in, they are screwed in from the outside. So there's no door they can open. There's no hatch they can do to just get up. So even if they floated to the top of the surface and we're out of oxygen, they can't just open a hatch to get clean air.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They have to somebody take off the screws, and that's
where the polar prints would come into play. That's where
Correct.
you would want to reunite the crew and the equipment that is on board the polar prints with the Titan sub as soon as possible.
Shannon has the $1 million question that we've been talking about for 2 days now.
Yep.
The trackers. You would assume there's like a black box or something in here that sends a signal
I'm not familiar with sending a signal from
sonar
from the surface or above. Sending a signal from the outer reaches of our solar system, is reasonable. We know because we've done it. But as far as sending out signals from the depths of the ocean and what if there was, I guess what I'm saying is if there was a power failure.
Should have its own power source.
Right. There should be, you would think, again, we're guys, we're just
think about air tags for your phone. Those last, what, a year or two?
I think so, yeah.
And they're on their own power.
And it's a little thing that fits in your wallet.
Now, granted, that's not a big source of power or a big signal, but it can track your bag wherever it is around the world. So how that all works is baffling to me. But
an AirTag is only communicating with the technology that's around it. So it's communicating with iPhones and iPads and
correct.
MacBooks
I think you're right. Yeah,
and stuff
so
like that.
geotagging it or something.
A beacon or an underwater geolocation device would
have to have a lot of power to transmit a signal strong enough for something to pick it up.
Right. And you would imagine that what's picking it up is the ship at the surface, not necessarily.
But then the ocean throws you curveballs too because they mess with the signals. And I was reading about that too, how you want to get it clean. Like one tweet I posted could be, the CEO in that submersible tapping on the shell of the submersible in Morse code.
Yep.
As like a last ditch effort.
Right.
But to hear that, I mean, you would probably have to have a beacon right above you.
Oh, really?
And just get so lucky that it catches it because you're going to lose that signal through whatever the water itself, the location of the base of the ocean. I mean, you're going to lose it in different aspects of the ocean. So it can't be as clean and simple as it sounds.
I can't help but wonder if there is even something as rudimentary as an audible device on board that would, something almost like a lever, right, that I'm imagining. And folks, if there are experts on stream that are paying attention to us right now, and apologies if this sounds like super
We're grasping at a lot of
far-fetched,
straws.
but if you had a lever of some kind on there that could quite literally bang the hull of the sub to create a ripple of sound underwater that could be picked up by sonar, that to me is something that would make a whole lot of sense, because it's similar to when you dive with the tank, when you scuba dive with the tank. Sometimes divers will have a device they use to hit the bottom, the rear of their tank, to create a sound effect.
Here's that Charles Parmalee I keep talking about. He's the 11-year USN sub veteran. He said, in this hypothetical scenario, this is what could be happening. Every so often, the pilot taps on the hull with a hammer.
Right,
He's sending out Morse code, hoping someone picks up the sonar and will home in on it. He doesn't realize the different thermal and salinity layers retract the sound waves and don't make it to the surface ships above. That's what I meant by saying, the base of the ocean and the water itself, salinity levels. I mean, this is way beyond me, but he makes a good point. Yeah, the submarine pilot reassures you that everything's going to be okay and just to sit tight, but by the look of their faces, whenever light is available, lets you know that they're just frightened. The mood has shifted from optimism long ago, and everyone's very anxious. So he's kind of walking people through what hypothetical of what they could be going through, because he's been in scenarios underwater, I would assume, based on his background, but you and I would have no idea what they're going through.
Oh, no way. Here's another thing. If you're, again, we're gonna continue to go down this hypothetical, right? Of they've lost power and they're in there and freaking out and floating, right? They're free floating underneath the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. Is there any way for them to know if they are going up or down? If you're looking outside the window of the sub, you likely just see black, right?
Yeah, I liken that to an avalanche, though, But that's based on gravity, and if you spit, you can tell which way you're up and down. You can feel the blood rush into your head. But they always say if you're in, you just, wherever your spit goes. But that's on, I don't know if the same rings true underwater. Does it?
I'm not sure. Because morale is huge. Morale is absolutely huge. We're talking about what,
all you have left, right?
Right, is optimism, the optimism that would exist. But if you, would you be able to confidently say that you were floating up down, or would you feel motionless in there just because you're floating in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean?
And it's so pressurized. I don't know if that has something to do with it too.
Danielle, hashtag HJB, hashtag Hey Josh. Why was there no backup plan in place or on standby to begin with? We shouldn't have to wait for any to arrive. They should be there. Yes. Yeah, people are asking about the contingencies, the emergency plans, the backups, the do this, do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, that is going to be the part, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier. We alluded to this earlier. This would be the part of an investigation after the fact, and really who would lead that investigation? Is it the UK? Is it the United States? Is it Canada? People were asking earlier in our comment section, I saw some comments, people were asking about oversight and regulation and who is ultimately responsible for this area of the world and the operation itself. So these are all really poignant questions.
Interesting. This person, Jessica Vaccaro, says they just sent one of these jets over us. They have a submersible on board, 6,000 meter depth. So I didn't think of that. I mean, obviously you don't need a boat to just, maybe you can go drop one from a jet. Like,
wait, say that
like
again?
a bomb. Maybe there's a submersible on board jets where they can just drop them in the spot. You know what I mean? That would make sense if it doesn't have to be very big.
Right.
It's just like dropping a bomb or, attached to it and fly by. And when you're about close, you drop it and it goes right into the water and it starts doing its thing.
Yeah. What about something is there something?
This is a RCH 554.
Is there technology you could drop to the bottom of the ocean to scan for sound?
Well, think about all those pictures they have. Think about all those high-res pictures they just brought back. That was a submersible, a remote, an ROV that went down and got all these, like 200 terabytes of pictures and layered it up to give you the most crystal clear images of the Titanic. So yeah, there's got to be. But we talked about the limitations on these ROVs, so I don't know how they're doing that. We're missing something there.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, I mean, if they had 3 or 4 of these things going down, that would be great. It's going to better their chances of trying to find this thing.
Any technology that we can get down beneath the surface and to scan is going to be extraordinarily useful. But let's see here.
You know what else is frustrating on Twitter? Going on my rant here. Just the people who are kind of ripping on these people who went on this adventure. Like, I get that people don't understand it. They have a lot of money because you have to if you're going to go on this thing. But, these are human beings and they're doing it. I don't know why they're doing it, but it's easy to mock people, but we don't know if they're dead or alive at this point. And I feel like we got to stay optimistic to try to, if they find this thing and it comes, let's say it surfaces, think of the story that will tell. Think of the lives that'll save in the future. Think about how it'll change this whole game of exploration for the better, because they learned a major lesson here if they can survive it. But to see people just rip on these people is just tacky.
That activity is just...
There's a lot of that on Twitter too, and that really turns me on. Turns me off about Twitter.
People who are saying, "Oh, what would you expect? You're going down to see the Titanic," and that's just that is so counterproductive to. Again, can you imagine being family members right now that are looking for any information online from the various media organizations, and they're going out on Twitter and seeing that type of
right?
I'm not going to use a bad word, but I want to. That kind of, I mean, it's just. Yeah, no.
And this 19-year-old who's on board, that's awful to think about. And as a father, like, to sit there knowing, like, I can't help you. That's what I think about how tough that would be.
Keith wants to know, hashtags for us both, do we know how much food or water is on board? I read something about 1 sandwich and a bottle of water per person. I saw that report as well it eludes me, but the person who went on this and said they really just brought a sandwich and that was that, because it wasn't that long of a journey where they needed, more than a sandwich and a bottle of water. But I would be utterly shocked if they didn't have, rationed food.
I wouldn't. You know why?
And water as well.
I wouldn't, because the more food and the more water you bring, the more the bathroom needs to get used. Think about it. You're going on that adventure and you're going down there and people are drinking a ton of water. Hey, I got to pee. Well, we'll turn our backs. You go ahead. But there's a little Ziploc bag that they're going to the bathroom in. And they're not going to eat a lot. They're probably told to eat as little as possible, just enough to keep your energy up. Because you don't want to be using that thing.
So that's even more taxing on your.
I know.
On you
it's there's so many obstacles to try to overcome in this scenario.
Reminds me of if you were trying to make it to the top of Everest. Like you want to be in the best physical condition possible, but also you're traveling really light. The whole idea is
carrying
to not,
your oxygen.
Right. You're not carrying a lot.
That's a good comparison because that is such a feat to try to survive in itself. Now, it's a lot more taxing on your body because you're actually doing all the work, but still, it's the same kind of concept. Your body's got to just work with what it has. And oxygen is hugely important.
So this is a great question from Nala here. And you were talking about this earlier because you were doing a little digging on this. Hashtags for us both. Is there an air vent on the sub that can be opened if they get to the surface? What you're saying is, if I have this right, based on what we've come to understand based on the Titan sub, is if they were to float to the surface,
they can't get out.
And be running out of air, like they're down to their last...
You could suffocate on the surface because... Think about it. If they had any weak point like that, a vent, the pressure would crush that thing. The reason why they have to have it titanium and the material it's built out of?
Carbon fiber?
Carbon fiber. Yep. The reason it's built out of that is because it's so strong. It can handle how pressurized that tank needs to be. And so they literally have to screw that big dome right there. You're looking at the dome there. They have to screw that on and put tons of bolts in it to make sure there's no weaknesses. Because if there's a slight weakness,
even microscopic
crack in it, I mean, that thing could just blow apart and everybody dies.
Or crumple like an aluminum can. Jamie Meadows, hashtag KJB, if Titan is located on the sea floor, what, if anything, can be done to get to them?
It's a good question because I was thinking about that today. I was wondering if they could be on the surface with a pulley system or like just to drop down a cable that's that long. Could they do that? Guide it with an ROV? How do you hook it up though? Like I don't know. How do you even there's no escape plan for this because it's never happened. That's what I feel like. You would have to have a robot go on there and attach it somehow and then just slowly bring it up.
And to pull that off in the next 48 hours.
And do you have a 3-mile long cable handy
to pull them up? I mean,
and what does that look like on a spool? Even if it's microscopic and super strong. Like fatter than fishing line, but like, I don't know, like a rope. How long, how big would that need to be 2.5 miles or 3 miles?
Extremely
and heavy,
large and heavy spool.
Yeah. We did a story on those ramps out to the beach, that they roll out so people on wheelchairs can get to the beach. Even that, super expensive and super heavy.
Yeah.
And that's just the beach.
Difficult to transport.
Yeah.
I keep looking this way, waiting for any update that we're getting from our team here. We have nothing's come in email wise, right, Josh? Kind of looking here, making sure that we haven't missed anything. My laptop died. Oh, it did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, I got backups.
That's a problem. But you know what? We're just gonna do hashtag HeyJB and hashtag HeyJosh on Twitter for the next. I don't want to alienate our Twitter audience, so we're just going to do hashtag HeyJB on Twitter for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
How long you got, Josh? I know
10 minutes.
You're on the anchor desk at 4
I'll do
o'clock.
10 more minutes.
Okay. So let's see here. We'll bring up one. Hashtag HeyJB from... Trying to grab this tweet. Here it is. From Vance Lloyd on Twitter, hashtag HeyJB. If there is only 96 hours of air, there would be no need for food. I suppose. Well, but I guess water is really then the concern then, right?
Because you can go days without food.
You can go days without food. But what's the max you can survive without water?
3 days, 4 days.
What? Googling. What is the longest
3 days
you can survive without water? It's one of the first things that comes up. About 3 days. Very good. So roughly 3 days without water. roughly. It's an approximation. So for some people, I would imagine it would be less than 3 days. Others, you could probably make it a little bit more than 3 days. But all right, Vance, thank you. Let's see if we can continue to get some comments here.
You know, and I was thinking too, what happens if this thing were to go down and loses communication in about 2 hours, and they knew immediately they had a problem, and they just deployed whatever it is to go to the top?
Say that again.
Just, let's say they knew right away they had a problem. They have to get back. So they go down there an hour and a half. They lose communication. That instant, they know we have a problem. Abort mission. Let's get back up. And that has taken a day to just go that speed to get up. They don't have any propulsion or anything. They've lost power, but they have something in place to say, look, we can do it, but it's going to be like a quarter mile every 6 hours, something.
Mm-hmm.
If these guys on board have been on 35 dives and they know that what they're doing, that could have popped in their minds right away to say, hey, we got to get to the top, and that's our only chance at this point.
Yeah, no way that they kept going down upon losing comms. No, the first thing you're doing is,
like,
all right,
how do we get out of this mess?
Abort.
Stay calm. We're going to float it up.
Yep. Let's see here. All right, Brandon, I see you on Twitter. We'll continue to grab some tweets here and add them to the queue. Let's see. Oh my goodness. That tweet is yeah, no. Not putting that one up. Like you said, Twitter is a minefield.
Cesspool.
Minefield.
What's up?
Oh. Stand by, folks. Just talking here with our team, folks. Let's continue to look at Twitter. All right, let's bring in some of these tweets, and we'll start here with Melissa. Hashtags for us both. How much longer after the 40 hours are up will the search teams continue to look for Titan? I would imagine considerably longer. I think they're going to look, beyond 40 hours regardless. But again, we're going to try to stay optimistic. Brandon is wanting to know, hashtags for us both. How many subs are capable of reaching that depth?
They have 2 subs within OceanGate, 2 other ones other than Titan that can go, I want to say 3,500 to 4,000. Don't quote me, but it's like a quarter of the distance, or like half.
Yeah.
So with that group, there isn't one. But my question is, this is a great question, because I'm asking the same thing. There's got to be another private company out there that, the director of Titanic, he's been down there like 30 times.
James Cameron.
Yeah,
that's a name that comes up
so
in
what does he use to get down there? Like, there's got to be, I'm going to look that up right now, because I just saw a tweet about somebody saying he hasn't responded to any of this. Nor does he have to, but people probably want to hear from him.
Is he too busy making Avatar 16?
I don't know. Here,
Avatar 17.
Well,
a lot of Avatar movies.
CNN International. While James Cameron has not publicly commented on the current search for the submersible with 5 people on board, he has personally made 33 dives to the Titanic wreckage site. So I'm going to see how he did that, because that would help answer Brandon's question.
All right, so here, and this is another great part about what we do, folks, where people can, attribute So Handy Tech Tipper putting this out and says, you spoke about food on board. Handy Tech Tipper says this is from their website. We do recommend that you restrict your diet before and during the dive to reduce the likelihood that you will need to use the facilities.
There you go.
There it is. And see, this is, by the way, we talk about interactive journalism all the time here on our live streams, folks, but this is how you do it. This is a perfect example. Not only do we have somebody who is assisting and being part of the process using our hashtags, but also at the same time sourcing their information, putting the link in the description of their tweet, in the actual post of their tweet. So, yeah, this is how it's done as far as interactive journalism, folks. And a big thank you to Handy Tech Tipper for doing this correctly.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Cameron has made dozens of deep sea dives since filming Titanic. In 2012, he dived to the Mariana Trench, considered one of the deepest spots on Earth's oceans.
So I watched I watched the documentary.
7 miles.
Fascinating.
So what did he ride in? A 24-foot submersible vehicle he designed called the Deep Sea Challenger. Where's that thing?
Right.
Where's the Deep Sea Challenger at this point?
Do you know what that looks like? I watched the doc.
No, I don't have no idea.
It's a capsule that is basically vertical, and it drops down.
Is it a one-man operation? He didn't go by himself.
No, he's in it. He's in it by himself.
He went by himself.
Oh yeah, James Cameron in this deep sea diver.
The day right now.
But even if he went, I mean, he would drop. I think what became very clear during the documentary, and for those who watched it, and maybe this is why I'm so informed on this is because that documentary did such a good job of articulating just how dark it is down there. When you get to a certain depth of the ocean, you can't see anything.
No.
There are lights all on the capsule that James Cameron used to get down there to the Mariana Trench, and it was still almost impossible to see very much beyond maybe a few feet outside of the watercraft. It was outside of the sub. It was crazy. And by the way, when he got down there, big spoiler alert for people who haven't seen the doc. Do you know what they found when they got down there? Almost nothing.
Really?
Because life
Were they
down
in the wrong
there.
Spot?
No,
Or was this
they
the
went,
Mariana Trench, or was this?
The Mariana Trench. They made it down, but we're talking
There's
about
nothing down
one of the
there.
most cold and remote, desolate places on Earth.
It's like the fish with the little light on it.
Yes,
that's the guy that's
the one,
hanging down.
yes.
What's his name?
I
He's the
forget.
guy that sneaks around.
What is it?
It's a what? How do you know? Oh yeah, you're a fisherwoman.
You're an angler.
It's a what fish? Anglofish?
Angler.
Oh, an anglerfish.
The one with the light?
Look at that. You just throw out a question, it gets answered. I love it.
You're invited to bingo night, Rebecca Barry. You're invited to bingo.
Goodness
Man,
gracious. An anglerfish.
Look at that.
It's the ugliest fish on the planet.
Trying to keep folks, if you're smiling somewhere with Josh and I and our limited knowledge of the creatures that lurk at the depths of our planet, we're trying to keep the optimism a little bit high. And if you're smiling somewhere,
Can you take this picture, please? This would be.
Oh yeah, hey, there we go.
There's an anglerfish for you right there.
There it is. Oh yeah, and bioluminescence.
Look at how
right?
ugly that thing is.
I know that word, bioluminescence.
So James Cameron and the anglerfish are the only ones down the Mariana Trench.
Wow. You know, every news outlet on the planet is lining up to interview James Cameron about this
he's not
in this
speaking
situation.
He's
right,
not speaking about it. I think I got to jump off.
All right, folks. Josh Benson doing an extended live stream here with us.
This is great.
Really
This is.
it.
I'm still optimistic. I think what we discussed in that once they knew something was wrong, if they were smart, which they are, I think they immediately figured out we got to get to the top. Shut everything down. Let's float to the top. That's our best chance of survival. And then the C-130s either spot them or they get pinged along the way with the beacons. Or the ROV finds them. But that's the problem. If you lose power and you start to float to the top, I mean, how much does that ocean current take you?
Right.
That's the problem.
And we have, I've covered, so I'm sure, so if we both have, we've covered people who get lost at sea. And oftentimes they're, the original spot from where they went missing from and where they're located is tens or sometimes 100+ miles away because the current can take you so far in such a short amount of time.
So hard. It's just the ocean wins most of the time, if not every time.
Wow.
But we're staying optimistic, so we'll stay on top of the updates. I didn't hear about a new press conference. I think they'll give one if there's new developments, but for now I haven't heard of anything.
Yeah, no, they didn't. At the end there, they always ask, reporters always trained to ask, when is the next press conference? When is the next update? I'll tell you what, if a very sudden and abrupt and out of nowhere press conference is called at a weird time, 3:40 or 5:10, like that type of thing, just something that comes up out of nowhere, that usually is a sign that they have some development that they need to share urgently. It's not like scheduled so far in advance that we know that it is a relatively non-eventful update.
And if it's not, it's just how much square miles they've searched, and they probably doubled the size of Connecticut for the next update.
Man,
that's
the
a
size
job.
of Connecticut.
That is a
how
job.
many? My tablet died.
My laptop died.
Man, we're both. We got to get on our charging.
I was
game.
unprepared.
So was it 7,600 miles? 7,600 square miles, I think. YouTube, help us.
I can't.
I think it was. It was either
5543. So yeah.
Yeah. So 7,600 square miles.
That sounds about right. That's a lot.
Denominations, people. Denominations. Josh Benson, we'll get him on our slider cam here.
I'm gonna roll out,
exit.
and then we'll come back and jump on if something breaks.
Oh, and also too, I gotta mute mics. All right, back here with you folks. A lot of moving parts. We were not expected to be on stream for as long as we have been here on stream. Let's hit the touch screen here. And what we are going to do, our team is actively working on trying to confirm or deny, just trying to get to, we have some information that has come into our newsroom that we are working on at the moment, and we're trying to get that information. But as of right now, we have nothing to report. So what I want to do is I want to try to stay on this live stream as long as possible to allow our hardworking news team out in the newsroom, as far as trying to do their very best to go through the paces of trying to vet the information that we're alluding to, and try to look, and here's the thing. Follow me. You can follow me on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And I know that sounds like a plug, but I'm actually trying to help you guys out here. If we get that information, we're off stream, I'll tweet it out. Again, we have our own independent team here working on trying to get information on this story. But I'm sure newsrooms across the country are working on the same thing. Just saying, we're trying to get that information as quickly as possible. Let's go back. I promised that I would get to more tweets. So we're going to get to more tweets. Hashtag HeyJB on Twitter, and then we'll come back. I see. Let's see. We'll get that tweet in. Oh, this is an interesting question. I don't. No, I don't. That's a great question, but we'll bring that one up. All right, so let's bring up these three tweets, and we'll start with whoa, that's the wrong one. 27 Maddie, hashtag HJB. Is there no tracking on the sub? We've gone over this a few times. There likely is obviously some tracking capabilities, but they have completely lost contact with the sub itself. AF on Twitter, hashtags for me and Josh. If there was a comparable sub available, could it be airlifted out there via helicopter in order to speed up transport time, or are they outside of flight range? 400, I mean, if they could get it to St. John's, if they could get it to the Canadian coast, and if it was light enough for transport, but it would have to be really light. And I don't know if there's any submersible that can go down to the depth that we are talking about and be transported via helicopter, being airlifted out there. I know that C-130 aircraft could probably get a very large amount of weight off the ground. That's one of the more common utility aircraft that you'll see being used by different sections of our military. However, then if you flew it out there on a C-130, then what? Can't land anywhere. So I don't know the science of it. YouTube, hashtag HJB from Real Aaron. Tourists will be getting cold very quickly, warns retired submarine captain. Yes, we're talking about, I think we've seen reports of the temperature would drop to somewhere in the 30s. And let's be real. If that did happen, everyone is trying to huddle close together and use their own body heat as a form of staying warm if it's that cold down there. I mean, that's how you would survive and to not freeze. Ian, hashtag HJB, hashtag HJosh on Twitter. Could they still be doing the mission and come back up, Steve, still even if they didn't know anything wrong happened? Hi, hello. We were talking about this earlier. If they lost communication with the surface, if they stopped getting a response, because what you're going to do is you're going to, in essence, radio to the surface. There's going to be two-way communication to establish that they can hear you, you can hear them. There is back and forth dialogue going on to clearly establish that there is contact between the Polar Prince and between the Titan sub. So once they lose contact for an extended period of time, especially, you would imagine that the standard practice, the protocol, if you will, procedurally, what they're going to do is abort and go back up. So just to think that they would be, we lost contact with the surface. All right, well, let's keep going. We're going to go down. We're going to see the Titanic, come back up. Everything will be fine. There's too much at stake, and it's too potentially dangerous of an expedition for them to just continue onward without having contact with the surface. Enigma on YouTube Live, hashtag KJB. James Cameron, did he have a backup plan for himself? Every one of these missions, every one of these expeditions has contingencies, backups. What you do, almost like and I forget what it's called, but there is a system as if, okay, if this goes wrong, follow this procedure. The textbook, if you will, of if this system fails, this should kick in. If this, let's say, perfect example. Let's say there isn't anything mechanically wrong in a scenario where you're talking about a deep sea dive and going down to the depths of our ocean. What if somebody has a medical emergency while inside the sub? There is going to be a contingency, a procedure put into place for what the leader of that expedition would do given that situation. So if somebody has a heart attack on the way down, what do you do? As far as getting back up to the surface, providing that person with medical aid. These are all things that you imagine that there is a procedure for to handle in the event that you experience any form of an emergency during an expedition, whether it's in your descent or ascent from the bottom of the ocean. Let's go back to Twitter. Yeah, no, Brandon brings up, if they continued the mission, they would have been back by now. It's an excellent point. Yeah, I'll just bring this one up because I'm trying to spread optimism, just like everyone else is. There's a lot of optimism in our comment section. I'm hoping that they're floating up to the surface. Me too, and that's where my mind is at right now, that they're floating up to the surface. We've heard various reports, experts that have been on network news, and my goodness, if you put on any network right now and you listen, it's just the experts being interviewed by various news outlets, and there's a lot of good information that comes out of that. But one of the things that you will commonly hear is the importance of staying positive, the importance of optimism, the importance for the teams to have confidence that this is not that this is a mission that just staying as positive as possible for the personnel that are conducting the active search and recovery. if you believe in that sort of thing, I believe in that sort of thing. I do. I believe in the power of positivity. You could. I don't care if you chalk me up as being a person who's naive or somebody who doesn't look at things from a practical standpoint. But I look. I'm somebody who believes in the power of positivity. Previous live streams that we have done, people who have been with us on live stream before know that I am always taking a glass half full approach to the stories that we cover. If there's a missing person, that's why we do a lot of missing persons cases on WFLA now. If somebody is missing, we are always trying to we are always going down the road, assuming that person is alive and well. Rather than, of course, there's enough people out there in the world that are always going to fear the worst, assume the worst, and think that the person is deceased or hurt. There needs to be more optimism and positivity in the world. And that's my approach to doing the news, and that's how I'm always going to be. Just do my very best. Back to Twitter, and that's why Blissy, I appreciate your comment. Yeah, so Rachel, I want to go to Rachel's comment from Twitter. Rachel, #AJB, how long would it take to get any kind of rescue ship out there? Would they be able to get there in time before oxygen is depleted? This is why the reporters that were part of that press conference, they were asking repeatedly about salvage vessels. It's one thing to find it, but then once you find it, if it's, let's say it floats to the surface and it is 120 miles from its original location, then what? You have to have a way to handle the situation from that point forward. Now, you would imagine that the most likely scenario would be the Polar Prince would go to intercept, and maybe a tugboat of some kind or something, the nearest ship would find a way to tow it in the direction of the Polar Prince, just getting some type of equipment that they could use to pry it open, get it open, and get everybody out safely. But that's why there's been so many questions, and there hasn't been a lot of concrete answers as far as salvage equipment. The U.S. Coast Guard's statement has repeatedly been, right now we're just trying to find it. We'll deal with the next step after it's found, but right now we just have to find it. Squatching everything, #AJB. Can we get some images from space? It's a great question. We have satellites that are capable of doing imagery. It is white, but is satellite imagery advanced enough to be able to spot, look, from miles and miles into above the Earth's surface into our literally the orbit of our planet with these satellites that are very high up in the air that are doing satellite imagery. And I understand that a lot of them aren't that high up, but still, we're talking about a camera that is so far up above the Earth's surface trying to find, and while it might seem large from when you're standing next to it, because it can carry 5 people, from space or from our orbit, it is going to be quite literally a needle in a haystack. So can satellite imagery be used? A great question. But the tops of waves are white. This vessel is white. I know this might sound painfully naive, but was there ever any conversation about painting the Titan a color other than white? You see it there in this video. It's white. And white is going to match and be very similar to, is there a particular reason that it is painted white? Is there a advantage to it being painted white? I'm asking all these questions that I don't know the answers to. But are flotation devices to this video, if there are flotation devices that are deployed, you would hope that they're not white. You would hope that they're orange and that it could be spotted maybe from space. Maybe. It's not a far-fetched concept. Years ago, it might have been far-fetched. But now, with the advancements in satellite imagery, You would hope that maybe, just maybe, that is a part of the equation. And also, too, could that be an international effort? Could certain satellites that are, routinely scanning the waters of the Atlantic be used, and could different nations assist? Could different private entities that have satellites in space assist? I'm not familiar enough with the technology to be able to confidently say that it could be used, but folks, I have to go and talk with our news team really quickly. And I don't want to do it over text or email. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go quickly chat with them out in our newsroom and then come back. Just try to get an update with where things stand with our coverage of this story. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes as we continue to stream and discuss the complex search expanding for the missing Titan sub as part of the OceanGate expedition. I'll be back in a few. Back here with you live, folks. Just talking with our team. Nothing new to report right now, but our student meteorologist who's here. Hunter, what's your last name? Hunter Forst, who's interning here at WFLA. He's been listening to some of the conversation, and just wanted to share that he's been looking at some of the weather conditions right now over the Titanic wreckage site. And it is cloudy enough, and those clouds are dense enough that where satellite imagery would not really be possible. So we were talking about satellite imagery and whether or not that could be used in this particular case. But to tell you the truth, if the clouds are that dense, and also too, if there's that much cloud cover over the area, it's not going to be a very helpful tool. So back with it here on stream. Hopefully everybody got an opportunity for a water break. And we'll go back to answering some questions, and we'll kind of focus on YouTube Live, Facebook Live. So Natalie, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Hashtag AJB, do they have air if on the surface, or does it have to be opened? No, if they reach the surface, as we understand it, the way that it functions, if they make it to the surface, they are still working with the air supply that exists on board the vessel. But see, we're not entirely sure if that air supply, if they got to the surface and were running low on air, are they able to get oxygen before the sub is retrieved by somebody? That part I'm not 100% clear on. Have to do a little more homework. And believe me, we've been doing homework on this vessel inside and out. And folks, as a reminder, I'm staying here live to allow our news team out in the newsroom working on leads regarding this story, trying to provide some information that would be an update. But as of right now, that information remains unconfirmed. So we're just still working on trying to vet the information that is coming into our newsroom. Kayara Johnson. You know, I swear to God, I wondered this question. Not that they work. If you had your iPhone, your Android, if you had your cellular device, would you bring it with you? I know that sounds crazy, but some people don't go anywhere without their phones. Their phones are attached to their hip, quite literally. They want their phone, and your phone is an excellent device as far as documenting what is going on around you. Whether you're typing into notes and keeping a journal, whether you're doing a vlog. Yeah, I brought that word back. Is it still a word, vlog? Vlogging? Taking videos and documenting the journey. But you would imagine that, you would imagine that an expedition like this is going to have all the necessary tools on board to document the journey, that you don't need to bring your cellular phone to document it yourself. But some people may want to take a selfie. Look, there it is right there. They're using phones in the B-roll. So maybe you are bringing your phone with you. They don't work. Even if you're at the surface, they don't work. There's no cell towers around, and I know that there is. I think that didn't Apple introduce a technology to allow your phone to connect to satellite? I believe that was in a recent iOS update, if I remember correctly. And I believe that phones connecting to satellites is very much a possibility. But whether or not any of the personnel on board, whether or not they took their phones, is unknown. But, you know, I did think of this too. I mean, you know what? We're going to stay optimistic. Stay positive. Here's a whoa. A lot of comments coming in way too fast. Dane, hashtag AJB. I would bring my phone to take pictures. Yeah. Is there a device that you are more comfortable with as far as taking pictures in your cell phone? It is the most commonly used photographic device in the world. Videography as well. And while if you're Hamish Harding and you're a billionaire and you can afford any camera in the world, some people just feel comfortable using their phones to take pictures and videos. And so some people would bring it, some people wouldn't. Interesting. We're kind of going down the rabbit hole now, and we do that from time to time on stream. We're going down the rabbit hole. I think that there is I used to have a sound effect for that. As far as we're kind of. I think I have it here. We're like in like La La Land a little bit here, but comments allowed asking #KJB, can they bring a portable cell tower to ping their phone? I don't think that that's how it works. The range of a cellular device is going to be so minute, even if it worked, even if your cellular device could get out a ping. In the grand scheme of things, 7,600 square miles, having a cell tower deployed just to be able to ping a cellular device. Again, we're talking about an area that is larger than the state of Connecticut. So think about, you would need to blanket the area, and then the phone would have to be close enough to the surface to get a signal out. And also, too, would a cellular device on LTE or 3G technologies or 5G technologies, would they be able to get out a signal from inside a sub? That is, look, you would imagine that the technology on board the vessel is going to be the best bet to get a ping, to get something. Shania? I think it's Shania. #KJB. What do you think is happening if they are alive? Panic has probably... I would imagine it is a roller coaster up and down of different levels of panic and just raw anxiety. And while the leader of the expedition can calm people down, who's calming him down or her down? Regardless, talking about the expedition itself. Who is key? Now, you would say that training would keep that person calm in that situation, but again, you're in uncharted waters in a way, quite literally. It is something that you've never experienced before. So you would hope that somebody on board is able to keep everyone else and their emotions relatively stable. But no doubt it is anxious, it is cold, it is terrifying. I can speak for myself, and I think most would agree. Be terrified. I would be utterly terrified. I dive. I've talked about this a little bit before, and I've gone beyond 100 feet a couple of times. I don't like diving at a depth that I don't like going too far down. I don't. There are different types of people who scuba dive. When I dive, I don't like to be that far down. There's a vulnerability that really settles in. And while, of course, I've undergone, my, certifications and so on and so forth, and training, and you are taught, of course, but it's human nature for a level of vulnerability to kick in when you are that far from the surface. For some people, it is a prevailing thought. For some people, it's far from their minds as far as, them being underwater. But it is always there, even if it's tiny. And so I can just say for myself, I'd be freaking out. I'd be freaking, be terrified. Some of these questions, I look, again, I'm trying to stay out of the rabbit hole. I don't want to go deeper into the rabbit hole. Yo, with this question. Was hypothermia, air supply, or water pressure more of a danger for the sub right now? You would imagine air supply is without question the top priority, because you don't have air, you suffocate. Plain and simple. You need air to survive. Water, I'm sorry, it's water pressure. Well, water pressure is, if the hull is compromised in any way, as Josh and I were talking about earlier, it is not a good situation. It's if the hull is compromised even the slightest bit, the pressure at a considerable depth is going to just collapse that sub, and it would be impossible to survive. Impossible. There's zero chance of survival, even if you somehow got out. The depth that you would be at would make it impossible for you to survive. You could not get to the surface in time. So air supply, provided, again, glass half full, provided that the crew of 5 is alive, air supply is the top priority. Hypothermia, if that comes into play, look, that is a complication, but your air supply is your top priority. You need oxygen to survive. It is you breathe routinely all the time, so you need to be able to breathe to survive. Natalie wants to know where this B-roll is from. It's from OceanGate. They put this out to the media when they were trying to publicize that they were giving people, high-paying customers, the opportunity to go down to the wreckage of the Titanic. Tweety U.S. News. Are they in scuba gear? No. There's almost zero need for scuba gear. What is scuba gear? So mask, snorkel fins, wetsuit, dry suit, your tank, your regulator. These are things that you would use to scuba dive. There's no way that any of that really is on board. Anything that you would not need to scuba dive at that depth. So no, they're not in scuba gear. It's not like you wear a life vest when you go boating. You know, in the event that something goes wrong on the boat and you need a flotation device. It doesn't really work like that. This is a question that we're trying to get a better understanding of. Catley wants to know, #HJB, hello, how many vehicles are in the area searching? We really don't know. And I think it's hard to pinpoint because more are arriving every hour. So you're going to have private ships. You're going to have, of course, the U.S. Coast Guard, cutters, perhaps with multiple organizations. You're going to have the C-130 P-2 aircraft in the skies. You're going to have the ROV that is underwater. That's the unmanned underwater rover that can look around with a camera and try to spot anything. I don't think you would consider a sonar buoy to be a vehicle because it's not really necessarily mobile all that much, but it's hard to say. I think what we can say with certainty is that the number of resources and the number of assets, that's the word that they used, the number of assets that they have is growing. And really, if we do not get good news, if we don't get any news today, tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is the day, because that will be the last 24-hour period before they, in theory, would run out of oxygen. They would run out of air. So, any news crews on the scene? This is 400 miles from the Canadian coast, 900 miles from the United States coast. No, there are no news crews on scene. And so we're one of the few stations in Florida that has a helicopter, Eagle 8 HD. And we have had situations in the past where a a vessel on the water will go missing. Usually it's boaters that will disappear, and it's an all hands on deck approach. And Eagle 8 will go out into the Gulf of Mexico. We're on the west coast of Florida. Will go out and really assist in the search efforts. Can keep an eye out for any floating boats on the water or anybody floating on a flotation device. And so, but that is a very different situation because we're located right on the coast, and B, usually a boater that goes missing is they're not straying too far into the Gulf. You can go a couple 100 miles out or more, a little bit, if you're going deep sea fishing. But that's a different situation because our helicopter can be deployed from Tampa and go out to the Gulf, and that's the proximity is much closer. This is 400 miles from the Canadian coast, 900 miles from the U.S. Coast Guard's location, and so, oh wait, I think we have, what is this here? Hold on, listen in.
Visiting with them after the tragic incidents of this weekend. I want you to know we are keeping Trooper Rougeau's family in our thoughts and prayers.
Apologies. That is we're always getting in new feeds in the stream center. All right. And I am always ready to punch up a feed on the many monitors that we have here. And so I saw a press conference start, and I didn't know what it was. I didn't want you to miss the beginning of it. It is not related to what is going on with the Titanic submersible. Actually, there's multiple press conferences going on right now. I look at this monitor to see our feeds, and none of them are related to the missing Titanic sub. That was a Pennsylvania press conference, so apologies for that. But always ready. I'm always ready, everybody. Tap of a touchscreen, you have a feed. So if something were to pop up. But back to the question. No, there's no news crews. Now, what can happen in some situations is sometimes organizations or even certain agencies of government will put out video to the media to show them their operations at work. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some video from the U.S. Coast Guard showing their operation out there, because we can't see the operation right now. We cannot see what is going on in the North Atlantic above the wreckage of the Titanic. We can't see how many boats are on the water. We can't see all the aircraft in the skies. We can't see how busy it is out there. But we might, whether it's a private organization or a governmental agency like the Coast Guard or U.S. Navy, there's always the chance that they put out something to appease the media, the appetite of the public to see something out there. Because if news crews can't get out there, there's going to be tremendous pressure from a public information standpoint on those who are there to put out something to the media, just something that we could show to give people an idea as to what it looks like in the area that we're talking about. So maybe, but I can tell you what, not a priority right now. Appeasing the media and giving the media something, a visual, is not super high on the priority list. Now, can they? Of course, this is the United States government. This is, they can multitask. They can search and send back some video at the same time. That can absolutely be done. But is it high on their priority list? I would imagine absolutely not. I'm going to look here at our comments as I just hydrate a bit. Schwilly bum. Man. That's a weird username. Hopefully I got it right. I'm just going to call you Schwilly. Hashtag HAB. How many hours do they have left? 38. Less than 38. Clock's ticking. Thursday at 5 a.m. is around the time they would be running out of. Look, we can't say that. What is the confidence level on that? Could they run out of air before Thursday at 5? Absolutely. Could that have been a very cautious estimate, and maybe they get another couple of hours beyond 5 a.m.? Yeah. So that is a very rough guideline as to when they would run out of air and run out of what they need to survive. Hashtag AJB from MC Jumic. Hashtag AJB, why does it take so long to get from the surface to the wreck? Because it's 13,000 feet down. This is one of the biggest man-made ships of, ever. Or at least for the time. You know, the Titanic was a marvel. It was an engineering marvel. It was called Titanic because it was considered to be a massive feat of human achievement. To be able to create a ship that could go across the Atlantic and do so with just an incredible volume of passengers and also the quality of a luxury cruise liner. It was considered to be a landmark of human achievement at the time. There was the press surrounding it was massive. So the press around its disaster was even more massive. It was a global event. It was something that people around the world knew about because of just how many people perished. So we're talking about one of the most significant creations of the century falling to the depths of the ocean and going to a very deep part of our 13,000 feet. It's going to take a long time to get down there. It's not for me, right? Yeah, it was, as Sergio notes here in our YouTube comment section, it was said to be unsinkable. As far as I'm concerned, that area of the Atlantic has endured enough loss of life. We do not want to add 5 more to the death toll in that area of the world. So we are hoping and praying that they are floating to the surface right now and that they are traumatized but alive. Looking here at your comments. This is what we've been talking about, Justin. Do they have the ability to float if the sub were to cease function? And absolutely, there has to be some flotation mechanism that kicks in that allows, if everything fails, the number one thing that you would have to survive is buoyancy. Buoyancy would allow you to, without electricity, without power of any kind, allow you to survive. Buoyancy and a flotation device would allow you to just very gradually rise up to the surface. It would be slow, which is why we're holding out hope that they are floating to the surface. Seth Danks, hashtag HJB, what do you think they're doing? Shivering. And trying to stay verbal as much as possible. Silence is going to be allow allow a tremendous amount of doubt to seep into one's mind. So staying verbal and communicating and keeping morale up would be almost as precious of a resource as air, I would imagine. I appreciate this comment, Grace, but what do I think happened? My opinion on this is so irrelevant, highly irrelevant. And I appreciate you asking, but as I repeatedly say on these live streams, it is not about my opinion. It's about your opinion. I am trying to think of a way that while we are waiting for updates and we're trying to stay on stream to allow there to be time for an update to present itself. Is there a and we'll just open the floor to this. Use hashtag HeyJB if you have an idea for this. Is if there's necessarily a poll question that can be formulated. If there's something that we can ask the audience. If anybody has an idea for, I am opening the floor right now to asking a poll question to our YouTube live audience for those who want to participate in a poll. Just make it very clear and obvious. Yeah, you guys, I see the trolling comments. You're not going to make it on screen. Joel or Joel, Next Level Trading, hashtag HJB, did they indicate any difficulties prior to losing all forms of contact? We have not been told as much. At one point, things were fine. They were descending down for a period of 90 or more minutes, and then at some point around 1 hour, 45 minutes into the dive, radio silence, which has to be just the most uncomfortable feeling. There is a team at the surface in charge of maintaining contact. Can you imagine being the person on the Polar Prince or the person at the surface and you're radioing down? I almost think like I'm envisioning it with a walkie-talkie. I don't know if it's a walkie-talkie style of handheld device, but like trying to motion down or motion to communicate with them and then hearing nothing. Or if there was something that indicated to them that they had lost contact, like if they had a green light for when they can establish contact and then a red light when they have lost contact, if it was something visible. Or I'm trying to envision of what it was like. It had to have been a very eerie feeling for the comms team to all of a sudden have radio silence. Has to be one of the most sinking feelings you'd ever experience in your life. I like this question because we can stay positive with it. Princess wants to know, hashtag HeyJB, what's the best case scenario in your opinion? Best case scenario is they're floating up to the surface right now. Their morale was only temporarily questioned or temporarily down. That physically the experience hasn't been too much of a toll on them, and that they rise up to the surface, and when they do, they are spotted immediately by a Navy or Coast Guard vessel or an aircraft in the sky, that a flotation device, bright in color, is spotted by somebody, and it's radioed in that they've been found, and they are quickly expedited over to an area where they can open up the capsule, open up the sub, and get everyone out safely without any harm to anybody on board. That is best case scenario, and it happens now. Right now, that is best case scenario. Tracy says, just joining. How many people are in? 5 people. 2, the experts or personnel with OceanGate Expeditions, and 3, paying customers who were part of the team to train to be part of this expedition to go down there. Oh yeah, I like this. Yeah, that works. Let's do it. If the ticket were free, would you go down to see the wreckage of the Titanic? I'm not saying it's with OceanGate. I'm saying it's with anyone. Just, would you go? If the tickets were free, would you go? Also, too, that poll is active on YouTube Live only, on the WFLA YouTube page. We've had this conversation. The meteorologist and I will have this conversation from time to time. We'll talk about, if you had a free ticket to space, would you go? Or if you had a free ticket to the moon, would you go? Knowing that there's obviously risk associated with it. It's all about risk management. This is all about risk. It would be a life-changing experience. For Hamish Harding, I'm sure it was all about the idea of seeing one of the most infamous shipwrecks of all time and then being able to tell the tale. To say that you were one of the few people in the history of this shipwreck to go down there and see it with your own eyes. There are not, just like there aren't too many people that have made it to the top of Everest. There aren't too many people that have made it down to the depths of the ocean to see the Titanic with their own eyes. So it's about telling the tale and being part of history in that way, in that very unique and intimate way. But it comes with risk. So would you do it? Now, this poll has very little value because we are talking about it in the face of crisis. We're talking about it in the face of an extremely scary situation. But we are talking about something that is very real. People can pay to go see the Titanic. 13,000 feet down. And these 3 chose to do that. Chose to pay to see the Titanic. And without question, you would have to understand the risk involved. Now, you would hear from somebody who is a captain on these expeditions tell you, I've done it 36 times or so, and it's a life-changing experience, and I would do it another 36 times if I'm lucky enough to do so. It's completely safe, but you would have to go into it knowing that there is tremendous risk. Just like going to space, launching into outer space would be a risk. Going to the moon would be a risk. Going to Mars would be a risk. What was the story of a few years ago when there was a company that was allowing people to sign up to go to Mars? You are quite literally putting your life on the line to go and be one of the first people to set foot on another planet in our solar system. But are you willing to leave the world as you know it behind, literally, to do that? It's about risk. I'd be curious to know, would you rather want to, if you had to go to outer space or to the bottom of the ocean, what would you pick? So you had to go. Like risk-wise or even for the experience, which one is more enticing to you or worth the risk? going down to see the bottom of the world or leaving it? It's another question, but we won't go too far down this hypothetical train. We'll keep it to the question that we have, and we'll wait until we get, I think we can double this. Let's try to get to 5,000 votes before we close this poll, even though our numbers are holding pretty steady. On the WFLA YouTube page, folks, if you want to join on the poll. People are saying space easy. Check 1, 2. No, my level should be okay. Somebody was saying, hey, we can't hear you, but my level should be fine. This question has inadvertently sparked a very interesting back and forth in our comment section. It was not intended. I meant to stay on topic here, but sometimes when you're on stream for a long period of time, you wonder these questions. It's only natural to think about some of the things of if you were faced with this scenario or this choice or this decision, what you would do in that situation. And it's clearly sparked quite a reaction in our comment section. Not my intention. And my purpose here is to report the news and to interact with you, take your questions, eliminate misinformation online, give you a voice out of the comment section on the social media platforms where we stream to. But sometimes, every now and again, we do this commercial free, so sometimes it's good to have conversations that you won't find on other news networks or news outlets. And so we do this from time to time where we will talk about something that is kind of on the periphery of the subject matter. And I guess that's what we're doing for the next few minutes. I want to revisit this because every few minutes I'm seeing this comment in our comment section, and I always considered it to be a crazy thought. But people keep asking because of recency bias about the potential or possibility, if you will, of an orca or killer whale being involved here. According to a couple of different places on the internet that I'm looking at here, various organizations, that orcas do not dive really beyond, they don't go far down. They've been known to go as far down as maybe 800 to 1,000 feet. But they are not believed to be particularly deep divers. So people are trying to find out, like, what could have gone wrong during the dive. Oh my goodness, a killer whale came out of nowhere and banged into it inadvertently, or maybe it was a blue whale or a humpback whale or something like that. Yeah, I think, again, because killer whales have been in the news a lot of late, that recency bias is kicking in and people are just immediately connecting dots, A to B, or really A to Q. But if they had been diving for an hour and 45 minutes, they are thousands and thousands of feet down. And a killer whale is not believed to be at that depth. Could there have been other marine wildlife that potentially was involved? I would need a marine biologist to explain to me the odds of a creature at that depth colliding with a sub. It seems to be an extremely remote possibility, but I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. I'm not an expert. Again, Hazel, it's not me. It's not about me. It's about your opinions. I appreciate when people ask me for my opinions. It's not about my opinion. I try to explain news and try to provide context, but as far as my direct opinion on a particular subject or a particular question, it's irrelevant. It's about you. This live stream is a means for you to express your opinions and share opinions back and forth. Not really mine, but I appreciate you asking. Yeah, again, so dudes, you believe they're using their phones to record what happened? Stay optimistic here as we wait for our poll to reach 5,000 votes. Let's stay optimistic. Let's envision a scenario where they float back up to the surface and they're all rescued. If there's any video from inside that documented what it was like during this crisis, it's on Netflix in a year, Hulu, I want to say HBO Max, but I guess it's Max now. All these services, I mean, that documentary, given the media attention, the public attention that this has received, that video documenting what it was like thousands of feet down without knowing if you were going to live or die is would of course be in extremely high demand. People would want to know what goes on when you are potentially staring death right in the face. Guys, so look, a lot of these questions are repeats, and I apologize. We've been answering questions over the course of the live stream. I do, for our audience and for your sake, I don't want to continue to rehash the same questions. A lot of these questions are a Google search away, trying to freshen up our live stream. And again, this is an attempt to allow our news team here in the WFLA newsroom, which is located approximately 20 feet in that direction, give them the opportunity to vet information that we got into our newsroom, a time ago. It was about an hour and a half ago. Maybe it was like an hour ago now. And we're trying to vet that information before we can report it. It happens all the time in newsrooms. Frequently, we get in a piece of information. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes it's a fabrication or false. And we go through, as journalists, we go through our procedure to vet that information, confirm it, and then we can report it. We are not at the stage where we can report information based on what we were told earlier. So I'm hoping that we can either confirm that information or deny that information and then tell you about it. So that's where things stand right now, and I'm trying to buy as much time here on stream so that our team can work. And that's weird. I did not hit that button. Welcome to live streaming, where sometimes buttons press themselves. I have various sound effects. Beth's asking, #KJB, weren't they tied to a tether on the surface? If they had a tether, this would be way more simple. You would have a direct physical connection to the sub. There is no tether. And again, so back to that, the idea of there being a tether. Why isn't there a tether? Could you pull off a dive like this with a tether? To Josh's point from earlier, you would need a spool with cable or basically that tether to be miles long. That I don't think that is possible. So it is a free floating submersible. Yeah, Brandy, no, too many man, guys are commenting so fast. I'm trying to keep up. Hashtag HJB Brandy, I'm praying they're found. I can only imagine the trauma after. No doubt. We talk on our live streams here in WFLA now about mental health. I try to be a reporter who is open about the mental health component with the stories that we cover. We do cover stories that involve a tremendous amount of trauma, whether it's whether we're talking about, the surviving family members of the University of Idaho students, or we're talking about, oh my God, just name a story. There's usually, a traumatic impact on the people that are most closely directly associated with that story. And so we talk about the mental health component and how that doesn't just go away. And oftentimes there is no blueprint for people to heal from that trauma. This would be a significantly traumatic event. It doesn't matter if you are personnel or if you're a paying customer. This is traumatic. You would carry this with you for the rest of your life. And you would likely have to go through a good amount of therapy to deal with it and not have nightmares about it. And you can only imagine that it would be so taxing on someone's brain to think that they were a lost cause and to actually survive the ordeal. It's not unprecedented. There are people who have had scenarios where they have stared death in the face and then survived. And look, it's a traumatic experience. That's why I say, best case scenario, we were talking about best case scenario earlier. Best case scenario is that physically it wouldn't be as taxing on them, but mentally, it's undoubtedly going to be an extremely traumatic experience. Though you would imagine that the adrenaline rush of surviving would kick in, at least initially. You would be so grateful to be alive that there would be this euphoric rush that you would experience to be on the surface, to breathe, air from Mother Nature again, and to feel, that moment of being alive at the surface again. But in the long term impacts undoubtedly would be traumatic and severely taxing on one's conscious. So. So Catherine is asking about, do we know yet why OceanGate took 8 hours to report the submersible as missing, or is that normal? Is that standard? And I don't know if we have the hour count correct, if that is correct. So I'll have to triple check my notes. But there was a time period that elapsed between them losing contact with the submersible, with the Titan and its crew, and then them reporting it to the U.S. Coast Guard. And why it took that long, you would imagine that the primary reason is because it's an all hands on deck approach to locating the missing sub. Why it took, if that is the correct amount of hours, why it took that long would be looked into as part of an independent investigation. But again, we were talking about this earlier. Who would investigate this? What is the agency that would govern an investigation into this? We're in the North Atlantic, off the coast of Canada, far away from the United States coastline. I don't know. Just don't know. A few more people have commented saying that I'm having audio issues. Can I just get a quick audio thumbs up or thumbs down emoji? Thumbs up if the audio is good, thumbs down if you're hearing a cracking. Why is a lot of people are saying it now. Yeah, thumbs up if audio is good, thumbs down if you're hearing a cracking sound. I don't hear it in my feedback, my IFB, so. Wow, that's weird. Cracking sound. No, there's, you know what, folks? So it must have recently started, right? There is no control room here, folks, so it's just me. What you see here in the Stream Center is what you get. I don't have any technical person saying, hey, your mic is crackling. Let's see if we can figure this out, though. Let's join the YouTube stream and listen in. All right, so it's a minor cracking, as I understand it. Maybe, you know, I've been touching my microphone more than I should. My audio engineer would say, stop touching your microphone. Maybe that was it. All right, this is an opportunity for me to go, again, communicate with our news team and see where we are on our pursuit of, you know, working the leads on this story. So I'm going to go step away for another 2 minutes. Good opportunity now for everyone to take a brief break. And what we will do is come back in 2 minutes and continue the conversation and look at the poll results. We're going to look at the poll results coming up here in approximately 2 to 3 minutes here on WFLA Now. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Nothing new to report, though I am going to be checking my phone a bit, doing my very best to stay in touch with a particular thread and trying to, again, keep everybody in the loop as far as the information that we're pursuing right now and trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. Let me make this clear. This is challenging from extremely challenging, complex, complicated from the Coast Guard standpoint, and of course for OceanGate and all entities involved in this search. This also presents unique challenges for those documenting this. If we find out an update of some kind from the North Atlantic, there is going to be a significant lapse in time before we, as the public at large, find out about it. So when I say that we are trying to communicate with people that are part of this process and trying to also communicate with those who are directly there in the North Atlantic, that's the reality of the situation right now, is that from an informational standpoint, trying to gather, vet, and report news, it has because of it being the area being so remote, there are challenges there. So we in our newsroom, when you turn on your television at night and you see a news broadcast, more times than not, it has been meticulously prepared by a full team of producers. WFLA Now and really our venture into interactive journalism is showing you, as part of this raw process that we have of giving you some insight into what it is like, as far as what reporters, what journalists do, what producers do, and what a news team is doing in the hours when you're not watching your television, in the hours when there isn't a broadcast on television. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And so I try to be very open and transparent about what that process is like. And but this one is challenging because we're not even, it would be much more simple if we were talking about a city on the other side of the world, because at least there's multiple different pathways of communication, technology present. Here, there's technology present, but it's remote. It's in an area of the world that isn't tremendously populated. So it's a very remote place. It creates informational challenges, and we're doing our very best to do our jobs in light of again, a story that continues to develop here hour by hour. All right, to the poll results. We've reached 7,000 votes on our YouTube live poll. That means that more than half of our audience, when we started the poll, voted in on that poll. And we asked, if the ticket were free, if it were free, would you go down to see the wreckage of the Titanic? Not a dollar out of your pocket. Let's say I'm a billionaire and I'm saying, hey, you can go down. I have a sub. Go down, and because I love you so much, you can go see the Titanic with your own eyes. You don't have to watch the movie. You don't have to watch Leo and Kate Winslet and all the folks on Titanic in the movie. You can go down and see the wreckage with your own eyes for free. 19% of our poll respondents in an unscientific social media poll on YouTube Live, 19% of poll respondents say yes, they would go. And a whopping 81% say that they would not. Some polls have a slight majority. This one is not one of those polls. This is a vast majority. 4 out of 5 people, according to the poll, our live audience tuning in, 4 out of 5 people say they would not take that ticket. Now, again, this is heavily skewed because we're talking about this invasive crisis. The poll would be way more authentic if we were doing this poll randomly, just talking about, OceanGate and their organization and how they've done many successful dives and so on and so forth. There's no doubt in my mind that it would be at least somewhat closer to 50-50. Maybe even more people would say yeah. But right now, in this moment in time, this unscientific poll of our YouTube live audience, people say no, an emphatic no, that they would not go. We'll leave that poll up for another few minutes. And in the meantime, we'll check in on various reports and make sure that we're not missing anything here. But our team is very much on it. As I look at various news organizations and how they are now approaching this story and writing their headlines, the big thing that they are emphasizing is that there is fewer than 40 hours of oxygen left. And it is. I mean, when we pop back on stream after the press conference, I said the biggest takeaway from that is 40 hours. That is the clock. People are asking, okay, the clock is ticking. It's a race against the clock, on and on and on. Yeah, the clock is at now we're about to hit 37 hours as of this moment, roughly 37 hours. By the way, it's been very interesting to me with the poll. We have held firm for thousands of votes now at this 19 and 81 split. It's frozen. Like I almost want to see if the poll is broken, because we when we had 2,000 votes on that poll coming in, it was a 1981 split, and it's still in that. So the numbers are really firm on it, even though it's unscientific and almost, has zero value given the situation that is unfolding in the North Atlantic. Let's see here. Go to one of our great moderators on YouTube Live. You see the wrench icon for Mama Guide. Hashtag KJB, a lot of questions about the technology available at that depth. Any insight? Well, there's a lot of technology on board, communicational technology, positional technology. There's technology that's going to tell you the depth. There's imagery technology. There's survival and really sustainability technology as far as your air supply. And there's a lot of tech, tremendous amounts of tech on board, but that tech is valueless if something happened and they are without power. All technology, for the most part, outside of rudimentary and primitive technologies, are going to be powered by a power source. If you do not have a power source, that technology is a paperweight. It doesn't have any value. So while there's immense amounts of technology, as some have been pointing, from, PlayStation style controllers to, monitors that will read your depth, and underwater cameras, it's meaningless. It's meaningless without power. And if you are the rescue team, you have to assume the worst. As you begin this process by evaluating the situation and assuming the worst and working your way back from there. You have to think, okay, well, the worst scenario is that something has happened to the vessel and the crew members are no longer alive. But up one step on the ladder from that is that they have completely lost power and they are just floating right now somewhere deep in the North Atlantic under the surface of the water. And so in that scenario, they have no use of technology other than basic technologies. And again, some of those technologies are going to be as rudimentary as a hammer, being able to bang the hull with a hammer to create sound that would reverberate through the ocean and get picked up by a sonar buoy or by a rover or some other vessel that's in the water. Yeah, again, more questions about emergency power systems. How much can they generate? I'm not familiar with the backup systems. Backup systems. Whoa. They're scrolling too quick. Mary, what was the time of day of their return when they set out? Are we beyond that? Yes, we are well beyond that. As I understand it, they would have been back up on Sunday. Yeah, Vlad, and we've been talking about this. There's multiple different ways that the sub can float up, even if the power is lost, and that would have to be a mechanism that was easily deployed without relying on any form of electricity or battery powered operation of any kind. Some form of a mechanism on board, powerless, that can trigger flotation. Look, really the question is whether or not the hull was ever compromised. And I know I promised I would stay positive, but that has to be noted as a possible scenario. If the hull is compromised and they are facing tremendous pressure at that depth, they are not able to survive. No way. It's not possible. You can't survive if the hull is completely compromised and the pressure would eliminate any chance of survival. It has to be stated, even though we try to stay positive on these streams. It just has to be stated. Scratch, the names, and we'll go through them again. Hamish Harding, UK billionaire in the field of aviation, Pakistani businessman. Shahzada Dawood, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. His 19-year-old son, Suleiman. Sky News reporting that French Navy Commander Paul-Henri Nargeolet, and then OceanGate CEO and founder Stockton Rush are the 5 on board. It's heartbreaking to me that it's a father and son. As a father, you would, as a parent, just as a parent, period, father, mother, otherwise, as a parent, you always feel responsible for your child's well-being, and to be in this situation with your child, I cannot begin to imagine what that would be like for a parent. A parent would have to look at their child and say everything's going to be okay. But the fear of knowing the outcome, the possible outcome, oh my goodness. Look, the focus and the attention is on the cause at hand, but people have been asking is, well, what does this mean for OceanGate Expeditions? And I'll just leave it at the outlook is grim for that organization. I don't think there's any way to sugarcoat it as far as that entity and that organization. And really, look, this will forever impact underwater travel as far as shipwreck expeditions and journeys will forever be part of the conversation. Whether this search and rescue is successful or unsuccessful, this will always be part of the conversation when it comes to our look, mankind. We are, by human nature, we are adventurous. We want to see it all. Whether we're exploring the surface of our country, we want to climb to Mount Everest. We had Kerry Sanders in the Stream Center a few months ago, and I was talking to him about some of his most memorable stories, and he told me that the most memorable story or one of the most memorable stories he had ever participated in, was his journey to the North Pole. It's in our nature to be curious, and it's in our nature to explore. And so people are always going to want to explore where others haven't before, or go where few, or if anyone has gone before. It's what fuels our journey into space. It's what fuels our journey to the forest reaches of the planet and beneath the surface of our oceans. And so there will always be underwater expeditions, but whether this search proves to be successful or unsuccessful, this will always be part of the conversation. You will not be able to bring up venturing down to see a shipwreck without bringing up what has transpired with OceanGate. And I'll leave it at that. Electric World, #AJB. If they can tether an ROV, why can't the same be done to a submersible? I think because they operate at different depths. They operate at different levels of the ocean. Judith, I like your optimism. We are going to stay on stream, folks, until 5 o'clock Eastern time. That is going to provide our team about another 45 minutes plus to continue to look and vet the information that has been coming into our newsroom. So. Maritime Prize, #AJB. Could they be stuck on some sort of debris from the Titanic? It is not believed that they made it that far down. They lost contact 45 minutes before they were to be in the area of the bottom. It's a long time. It's not like they were about 10 minutes away, something like that. They were 45 minutes away from reaching the depth where the wreckage of the Titanic is. So, I think that's roughly a third of the journey, like getting 60 to 70% of the way there and then losing contact. So, likely no, Maritime. Likely no. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, Michelle. Has there been any comment from James Cameron? No. Not that we've seen yet. Haven't heard from James Cameron. He's done multiple journeys down to see the Titanic. He is an experienced underwater explorer. There's no doubt. In addition to being a award-winning filmmaker, he is known for his ability to capture images from some of the most remote places on our planet. Yeah, this is a really great question, Brian, and I'm really grateful that you bring it up, man, because I want to know this. I want to know this. Like, you can do some basic math and try to get an idea, but I haven't seen in any of the press conferences or anybody report, exactly what their depth was. You would imagine that they know that the missing sub is communicating its depth, whether it's through an instrument of some kind, some piece of technology, or verbally. They're communicating how far down they are as they descend downward. But okay, so if you did some rough math, right? If you're getting 2/3 roughly of the way down before you lose contact, then you're getting to a depth of approximately 9,000 feet, we'll say 8 to 10,000 feet. But there's so many other factors that would change the pacing of that descent. Yeah, Starry, this is the big question. Do we think that they're still sinking or just floating? The word, in the spirit of optimism, we're hoping that they're floating and that a mechanism was triggered where they could slowly float back up to the surface. But, okay, let's talk about this a little bit more in depth. That mechanism that triggers flotation, right? If they were at a depth of 8 to 10,000 feet, as we just kind of roughly guesstimated, how long would it take for if successfully triggered, how long would it take for the flotation devices to carry them back up to the surface? Would it be a day, half a day and a half, 2 days, 3 days? How rapid is that ascent? I don't think that I've seen that yet. If anybody has seen that, I'd be very curious, but I gotta check the phone, folks. I can share that as of right now, as we continue to pursue certain information on the story, the powers that be are unsatisfied. We have to vet and be very thorough with our information. We cannot report inaccurate information, and we do our part of reporting accurate information by vetting that information. And right now, the criteria necessary for us to report information on this stream that we alluded to earlier when Josh and I were on stream, that criteria has not been met. And we're going to stay on stream another 45 minutes, hoping that we can vet it. But right now, we have not been able to, with certainty, confirm or deny the information that we got earlier. No, Crafty. So in 30 plus, I forget the exact number. It might have been 35 times, but the commander, the French Navy commander, that being Paul Henry Nargelet, he has been down there multiple times. I don't remember if it was 35. There is a number. It's in my notes somewhere. I'm looking for it, but No, but it was part of OceanGate, as I understand it. Could be wrong, but it was part of OceanGate. And so again, even here's the thing: even if these other companies that have explored the wreckage of the Titanic, that those vessels aren't just on standby, ready to go. Now, look, you could probably expedite the process of trying to get that vehicle prepared for underwater, for an underwater expedition and to get out to location. But my goodness, let's say it's coming from Paris or excuse me, from France. Let's say that, that particular, sub is in France or Portugal or Florida think about the amount of time it would take to get that vessel, to get that submersible back to the area of the Titanic wreckage. Again, we're talking about, we have now 37 hours or less to find and locate the Titan. We're running out of time. People keep asking about whether or not this is located in the Bermuda Triangle. It is not. I've seen that one too many times for me to ignore. I don't like to ignore comments, red is an example. So, no. The Bermuda Triangle is not a factor. So yeah, let's reset here, and Ashley gives us a good opportunity to do so while we're here on stream. What exactly is happening to find them? Are we basically just waiting? Yeah, we're waiting. This is the part where we are, in a way, helpless. We there's nothing that we can do. We have covered stories where people are so unbelievably attached to it that they'll get in their cars and they'll go to that place. They'll show up. I know I don't want to encourage that behavior, but we have seen it before, where if something is happening in the country, whether it's Florida or California or New York or wherever, people will be so invested that they want to know what's happening, and they'll go to see what's happening with their own eyes. You can't go to this area. You can't. You would. It's so remote. So we don't know what's going on out there. News outlets can't make it out there. Although I am sure that there are probably some network stations or network agencies that are trying to figure out a way to get somebody out there. But even then, being able to news gather from out there and report from out there is so extremely difficult because of how remote it is. So the communication process has been severed. How we obtain information from out there is severed. We are trying, and when I say we, I mean us at here at WFLA. We are trying to find out what's going on out there, but we have no visuals. We have no pictures other than, I think Josh tweeted out a couple of pictures from right before the sub made its dive. Yeah, we're just waiting. And really, these press conferences, and I'm going to look to see if any new press conferences have been scheduled, but we have a way of checking with our media affiliates if there's any heads up for any new press conferences. But we're at the mercy of these press conferences right now. That's what we have to go by. And there is no additional press conference that has been scheduled for today, as of now, that I'm seeing, unless something got lost in the communication pipeline. But As of right now, I do not see any. Look, press conferences could pop up at any moment. We've seen press conferences get organized in minutes, and you know that the press that was the media that was there at the USGC or CG location, they haven't gone far. They're ready if another press conference is called, but right now it's the waiting game. We're waiting. We're all waiting for an update. Caroline, hashtag KJB, how is the Titanic not crushed from pressure? Because it's cracked. Because air has been able to be released from it. Because it's in shambles. It's broken apart, and it's not porous, but it's got its many caverns and openings that where all the air has clearly escaped it and has decayed over time. Clearly here in these images, you can see how the ocean is sort of claiming it, and it is now almost becoming part of the bottom of the North Atlantic. But it can't collapse unless there's air trapped inside of it, and so it's just debris that has broken apart on the ocean floor. Miss Calpurnia Mushroom. Wow. Hashtag AJB. Oh, wow. I'm waiting for this to refresh. I think our comment service is a little lagging behind a little bit. Come on. Trying to load. But I'll read the comment. Here it is. Would they be able to get internet service if they were floating in the ocean? No. Certain phones are equipped with technology to communicate via satellite, but to get to check Facebook, no. Ending the poll. Olga, yes, we have talked about an inflatable mechanism to bring them, a flotation mechanism that would take them to the surface. And again, my comments are just kind of lagging behind here a bit. I see that we're still having some mic problems. We will look into that off stream. Ooh, this is a really good question. I don't know, man. I'm trying to bring these comments up. A really good question, but trying to animate it. It says, here it is. At what depth would the water pressure implode the hull? I don't know. I don't know. And also, too, that's provided that that the hull's been compromised in some way, that there's some crack or something that something has either ruptured or $40 Peppa, hashtag AJB. Are they searching the area with unmanned submersibles? Yeah, but one. We know of one, underwater ROV they have right now. That's it. We wait. And I say that we're waiting, but our team isn't necessarily waiting. Our team is very busy working, trying to get info. And that pursuit of information is very difficult because of how remote of an area we're talking about here. you know, some of these questions are borderline about whether or not I can bring them up on stream, but thank you, Team Brittany. Appreciate it. Corey, people have asked this enough that I could bring this up on stream. Again, I'm never going to really ignore a question. It's just there has to be enough of that question for us to feel like it's a question that people are asking. It's not just one person asking. But even I say that, even if one person is asking it, it's a comment that we can bring up on screen. We just try to look at comments that are that people really want to know the answers to, and us as journalists that we want answers to. Corey is asking, can the company be sued for this? Hey, you know, Peter Tragos, you know, Emily Baker, some of the great lawyers that are on YouTube, colleagues of, not colleagues of mine, but friends of mine that I love and enjoy working with. They could probably do a live stream about just this exact question, because undoubtedly you're going to be signing a lot of paperwork before you get into this submersible. You're going to sign a lot of paperwork, and there's going to be protections in place for the company. But how ironclad are those protections, and what in fact does it cover? And also too, talking about different countries involved here. This is an international story, so different companies and different, you know, different standards when it comes to law and order. So could they be sued in the UK? Could they be sued in the United States? I think that look, I think that legally there's a lot of questions that come out of this, but right now the focus is on finding the Titan. So I know that there's a lot of secondary questions about the aftermath, and this is one of them that I've been seeing pop up routinely. But really the focus right now for the Coast Guard and for us, for all of us, is on finding the crew alive. All the legal options and scenarios will come to light eventually. There will be plenty of time for that. But right now the focus is on finding the Titan. Lies Life, hashtag AJB, were there tourists on board? Yeah, 3 of them. RJ Wade, why is my question not popping up on screen? It just did. Let's see. Tom, when is the next update going to be? I'd like to know too. I always appreciate as a reporter finding out from the public information officer what at least the general plan is. You know, a public information person can say something to the effect of, "Look, we will do our very best to try to do another press conference tonight, or maybe first thing tomorrow morning to give an idea." But I understand at the same time why departments don't do that, because then there's an expectation that they're going to have to do it, and sometimes logistically it's just not possible, and it can detract from the ongoing operation at hand. So I understand it both ways from both sides. Us as reporters, we want information. The public wants information, but at the same time, when there's no real update, are those press conferences really? Do they hold value? If it's the same thing from the previous press conference, if there is no update of any kind, and you could argue that of course that there's going to be an update with more assets arriving to the wreckage site, but look, If there's no update, then maybe we will not have another press conference today. It's possible. Mrs. L, stay strong. Positive vibes needed here, people. Yeah, positive vibes. I have a sound effect for that kind of comment. Yeah, positive vibes. People cheering and applauding and being positive rather than being negative or trolling. Because, look, it certainly is part of the process. Morale and optimism versus pessimism is part of the process. So let's all try to stay upbeat. Myself included. You guys can pick me up every now and again, too. Just like that commenter did, Mrs. L. No, they're not all Americans, Tara. One is French. Stockton Rush. I don't know his nationality. Let's see if we can find out. I don't know if he's from the UK or from the United States, but let's see. No, I believe he's American. If I'm reading his bio here correctly, he's American. Yeah. He's an American. So we have an American CEO of the company. We have a French naval commander. We have a UK billionaire. And then we have a Pakistani father and son. A lot of different countries involved. Again, that's based on reports. I'll source that one. That was from NBC Boston. And Sky News, collectively. You know, Kaz, we've talked about this question before, but I appreciate the second part of this question. Hashtag AJB, when was the last communication made from the sub, and do we know what was said? The actual verbal, and we don't know if the communication at the 1 hour, 45-minute mark was verbal, but to answer the question in totality, the last communication was an hour and 45 minutes into the descent, into the dive towards the Titanic wreckage site. We don't know if that communication was verbal or otherwise. That communication could have been a ping. It could have been a depth reading. There's a lot of different forms of information that could have been communicated non-verbally. So we don't know if it was verbalized. But it's a great question. Lisa, we've been doing our homework here, and according to our understanding of the Titan sub, if they are to float to the surface, they do not have a way of getting out from inside. Austin, will Elon touch this? Has Elon tweeted anything? Let's go to Elon's Twitter. And again, his connection is through Starlink, folks. Let's see here. I'm just going through his replies. A lot of tweets, a lot of replies, but not seeing anything about Starlink and about OceanGate. Yeah, nothing. We got less than half an hour remaining on this live stream if we do not get an update. If we get an update, will stay on longer. But right now, there's no update. People are saying, wait, why would Elon matter? Well, because of Starlink and Starlink's connection to OceanGate and the satellite technology that would, in essence, be available or not available, depending on our understanding of it. So how that is involved, we don't know. So people are asking, what? Who cares about Elon? No, that is significant. Justin, yes, it's been communicated that it is possible for the sub to surface on its own independently without any electric or battery-powered system. It's a mechanism that can be triggered from the crew, the personnel, and it would take them up to the surface. Brian, this is a major question that was asked during the press conference. All right, if they find it, let's say they find it and it's, let's go down a hypothetical for a second and bear with me, please. Let's say that they locate the Titan and they find that the flotation mechanism was only partially successful and that they are ascending upwards towards the surface, but they are not doing so enough at a high rate of ascension that they could get to the surface in time for their air supply to be there. I don't even know if that's possible from an engineering standpoint. I'm just saying, because it applies to the question here on screen and it applies to the question media earlier at the press conference. If the sub is located underwater, if it's located at the surface, we understand what the process is going to be like generally. There's going to be an effort to tug it to the nearest location where it can be opened and they can get to the crew and get the crew out safely. But if the sub is found underwater, either ascending or descending or maintaining neutral buoyancy, what are they going to do? That's why a question was asked about salvage equipment and salvage operations and what a salvage mission would look like to expeditiously get that sub back to the surface. Right now, when asked about that question, the Coast Guard said, in response to the salvage question, we're focused right now on finding it. And they didn't say this is not verbatim, but they said we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We're going to first, we have to find it first, and then we'll figure out what's next. But I think to everybody at home watching, the thought is, okay, what if you find them tomorrow and you don't have the necessary salvage equipment on hand in this remote area of the North Atlantic to retrieve the vessel? To retrieve the sub, what are you going to do? You would imagine that all of at this command center that they have set up, this HQ, if you will, that's been set up, that they are going through all the possible scenarios and that salvage equipment is going to be part of the equation. But as of right now, their total focus, their complete mission right now is to find the sub, find the Titan sub, and find the 5 people on board. Man, see, is Scribiter Madrid, #AJB, is there anything the public can do to help? I don't think so. No, this is one of those ones where, it's helpless. I remember, I'll give you an example of when the public could help. Folks can raise their hand in the comment section if they were with us during the Gabby Petito disappearance, but there were people that were combing through public traffic cameras, like archived footage of traffic cameras in Wyoming, in Utah, in Colorado, in that section of the country, looking for any signs of the white van. This is going back years ago. And there was entire subreddit threads that were focused on, divvying up the responsibility of people looking at traffic camera footage to find any sign of the white van. People were actively involved in trying to help. In this, again, we were talking about it earlier, satellite imagery right now is blocked by clouds, according to our interning meteorologist and confirmed by our Max Defender 8 weather team. But so there is very little, if anything, that the public can do. It is a helpless feeling to just wait, but that's what we're doing right now, is we're waiting. Somebody said, hey, check the microphone cable. I just plugged it in it was like a millimeter out, so I just plugged it back in. Hopefully that worked. Yeah, so bottom line is I just have to stop touching my mic, because every time I touch it, I have crackling. I hate to do this to you folks, but can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down on the current mic situation? Apologies. I need to hear it. Thumbs up if audio is good, thumbs down if audio is bad. Don't know what's going on. That's a lot of thumbs down. All right, so all right, we'll be right back. I just wanted everyone to feel what it was like to be in a basement in the 90s with their friends from high school listening to music. I just want everyone to feel, what it sounds like when your subwoofer completely blows out. Well, I heard that sound. And how did you guys stick around? Man, there's some serious loyalty with our chat, with our awesome WFLA Now community. Bravo. All right, can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down final check before we get back to the matters that matter? We have bigger things to talk about than what happened with our encoder. But it is nice to know that when you quite literally build this room, you know how to fix it. So I did not have to go to the engineering department or our IT department or anyone else. I knew how to fix it. It's fixed. And we should be sounding good now. Yeah. All right. Thumbs up in the comments section. That is good to know. I want to read the latest from the Associated Press. I'm a big fan of the Associated Press. I think the Associated Press does not get enough credit. The AP is just outstanding as far as what they do as a news organization and how they benefit countless other news organizations across the country. People don't understand how incredibly vital of a service the Associated Press is. So I'm just going to read the latest report from the Associated Press, and we're going to kind of go through it here a little bit. In a race against the clock on the high seas, an expanding international armada of ships and airplanes searching Tuesday for a submersible that vanished in the North Atlantic while taking 5 people down to the wreck of the Titanic. U.S. Coast Guard officials say the search, covering 10,000 square miles, but turning up no sign of the lost sub known as the Titan. Although they plan to continue looking, time running out because the vessel had less than 2 days of oxygen left. Quote from Captain Jamie Frederick of the 1st Coast Guard District in Boston. This is a very complex search, and the unified team is working around the clock. Frederick saying the crew had about 41 hours of oxygen remaining as of midday Tuesday. He added that an underwater robot had started searching in the vicinity of the Titanic, and that there was a push to get salvage equipment to the scene in case the sub is found. 3 C-17s from U.S. military have also been used to move a commercial company's submersible and support equipment from Buffalo, New York, to St. John's, Newfoundland, to aid in the search, according to a spokeswoman for U.S. Air Mobility Command. Authorities reported the carbon fiber vessel Overdue on Sunday night, setting off a search in the waters about 435 miles south of St. John's. Aboard were a pilot, renowned British adventurer Hamish Harding, 2 members of an iconic Pakistani business family, and a Titanic expert. The rest of the AP report you can read, I'm sure, on apnews.com and various other Associated Press affiliated news outlets across the country. So the big thing here is that, as we're learning here from the Associated Press, that support equipment from Buffalo, New York, is being moved to Newfoundland to aid in the search. My goodness. That's a trek. Let's do a quick Google search. And we don't know if it's, and according to the AP report, we don't know if that support equipment from Buffalo is arriving via air, land, or sea. It is a 37-hour drive from Buffalo to St. John's. And if you were to travel by water, well, I can't say how long it would take to travel by water, but whether or not it's... Here, let's go. So there is a connection. In essence, you could take Lake Ontario north through Montreal, through Quebec City, all the way around Prince Edward Island, and make it to Newfoundland by water, the drive is obviously, I don't know what they mean by support equipment. That might become more clarified. And then obviously ideally you would fly any support equipment that was, if it was possible. But Buffalo to St. John's is no walk in the park, folks. I'm looking at it here on my map. It's 1,900 miles, roughly. That's the drive, but gives you an idea as to how we're talking about a very long way away. Back here with you in the stream center. We'll do another 10 minutes because we had the technical difficulties. Apologies for the problems that we had there. Thanks for sticking around. And we're going to wait another 10 minutes for any breaking development, but we cannot stay on stream forever. People who are commenting saying that they're seeing reports on Twitter of that a plane from Buffalo is part of the support efforts. That's ideal. We'll go back to the hashtag HeyJB questions and comments. Yeah. So multiple people saying that it is. Let's find that report. Okay, so according to, I believe this is our next star affiliated station, WIVB, Patrick Ryan is reporting 4 hours ago, and apologies that I missed this. Can't be everywhere on Twitter at once. 3 C-17s at the Buffalo airport being used to find the missing Titanic tourist sub. One of the aircrafts carrying a search sub capable of diving 6,000 meters, made by a company out of East Aurora. What is 6,000 meters to feet? Let's Google it. Conversion here. Wow. 6,000 meters is almost 20,000 feet. But this sub, I wonder if it's manned or unmanned. Anybody see a report on whether or not it's manned or unmanned? Still looking into that. Just catching up on comments here, folks. Quick one, 13,000 feet, roughly. Aisha, yeah, there's hope. At least for me. Hope. A lot of hope. Somebody put this in our chat. It was a quote from the Harding family. And I'm going to bring it up here from our own. Where is it? Man, there's still a lot of comments coming in, folks. Please bear with me. Here it is. Statement from Captain Hamish Harding's family and Action Aviation Company recently posted on their site as well. And I'll read out this statement. Again, this is the UK billionaire from Action Aviation. And that statement reads as follows. Action Aviation herewith confirms that our esteemed chairman, Hamish Harding, is currently on board the Titan Submersible at the Titanic site. Both the Harding family and the team at Action Aviation are very grateful for all the kind messages of concern and support from our friends and colleagues. We are thankful for the continued efforts of the authorities and companies that have stepped in to aid in the rescue efforts. We put great faith and trust in their expertise. Captain Hamish Harding, a licensed air transport pilot, a living legend of aviation, inducted in 2022, a 3-time Guinness World Records holder, an explorer, and an entrepreneur, is an extraordinarily accomplished individual who has successfully undertaken challenging expeditions, including but not limited to One More Orbit project, a flight to space with Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket, and the reintroduction of cheetahs to India. He has traveled on a sub to the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench and has been to the South Pole a number of times. The team at Action Aviation are extremely proud of Hamish, and we look forward to welcoming him home. The Harding family and Action Aviation politely request privacy at this time. Comes from Mark Butler, the managing director of Action Aviation. So Hamish Harding has done some extraordinary things in his life. And I want to read this part here again. The team at Action Aviation are extremely proud of Hamish, and we look forward to welcoming him home. Again, optimism. So let's discuss here, folks. Let's discuss where this goes. We're going to have coverage tomorrow. We could have coverage tonight. If there's a breaking development, we will have it here on stream. I'll be back in the stream center if it's a breaking development tonight, or if it's, and regardless of a breaking development, we will have coverage tomorrow. I encourage you to follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, those 3 places. Those are where I put out news most commonly. And I will tweet out details of when our coverage will resume, our continuing coverage, our interactive stream coverage here on WFLA Now. And we are on standby. Our team is on standby. With my luck, the moment that we hop off stream, there will be some breaking development. But if that happens, we're right back on stream on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, WFLA.com, the WFLA app. So we're ready to go live again at the drop of a hat. But if you want details on when we're going to go live so you don't have to constantly, wait for a push alert or notification or something like that, if you want a heads up, give me a follow on social media. I always tweet out details before we go live, before our live streams begin. I will be inviting guests. Josh Benson, others will be joining us on stream as well. We'll be doing what we can to carry the conversation forward. If there's any press conferences that are called, we'll have it here live on stream. We've had every press conference from this point forward, or to this point, I should say, rather. We've had every presser, and we're going to continue to have every presser. And we're going to do all of this interactively. I see the kind comments that are coming in here. We really appreciate those kind comments. And again, this is our venture into interactive journalism, which is going through reporting on a story while also featuring you, taking your questions, eliminating misinformation online that exists on social media, trying to do our part here to make sure that your voice is heard. It's that simple. We're trying to report, do a news broadcast in a little bit of a different style. Do so. There's no teleprompter here. There's no teleprompter. There's no person in a control room telling me what to say or what to do. It's just me trying to feature your comments and report the news. That's what our interactive venture here in the Stream Center at WFLA in Tampa is all about. So you can always support us by following our various channels. You can subscribe here on YouTube. You can follow here on YouTube, Facebook, the other channels. That's totally up to you. I'm never going to try to cram that down your throat. You follow us if we're worth your follow, right? And so, but if you want a heads up as to when our coverage will resume, that I tweet out and post on my WFLA JB social media platforms in advance of our stream getting launched on multiple platforms. So that's where things stand presently. We'll have updates on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. You can download the WFLA app for push alerts to get breaking news in Tampa Bay and Florida, and of course, nationally and internationally as well. But really, if you're looking for live streaming coverage, it's a follow on my social media accounts. A lot of kind comments coming in. I really appreciate it. We try to get to as many diverse comments as possible, trying to cover the map, so to speak, of different questions that we could try to answer or attempt to bring up and have a conversation about, as we all, again, are waiting for new information. That information that came into our newsroom midstream that we had to vet, we were unable to get to a point, have that information reach the criteria where we could confirm nor deny that information coming out into our newsroom. So what we will do is we will continue to follow up on leads and do our very best to publish them on our various platforms as soon as we are able to do so. A big thanks for those of you just joining in recently, and really appreciate you spending some time with us. And also a major thank you to our moderators, and a major thank you to those who stuck around through our technical difficulties. That was on the back end with an encoder that for some reason boosted our audio levels to the point where it was inaudible. So thank you for sticking around here, folks. We've been doing this now for a period of, I think, 4 hours of commercial-free coverage. And that's, of course, part of WFLA's mission of doing interactive journalism. Again, if we're worth a follow, you can follow us on our various social media platforms. I'm JB Buno. Thanks so much for joining us. More streaming coverage ahead in the hours ahead here on WFLA Now. Thanks so much for joining us, and be well out there, folks. Say prayers.